Good evening, good morning, good happy new year to you wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome to beautiful Gibraltar on the south tip of the European continent for this, the first match on the European Cricket Network in season 2022. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you, and we are bringing you the first ever ECN match broadcast from this wonderful part of the world. Gibraltar, just on the south tip of the continent, bordering Spain, and if you look across the sea, you can actually see the northern tip of Africa. It's a wonderful place to be. So a very, very happy welcome to you wherever you're watching around the world, and do encourage you to join us in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network, and match one of this 11-night series is going to see the Campe Giants taking on Tariq. And I know that a lot of you around the world have been missing ECN cricket, and hopefully you're going to enjoy this. And this is something else, this new facility, and it's the first ever official cricket match that's been played here. It is artificial turf all around the field, not just the strip, the 22 yards in the middle. And we've got a few familiar names as well from ECN last year that played in the Spanish competition, and particularly a heavy flavouring of the Costa del Sol team that finished second in the playoff, just narrowly missing out on an ECL berth. Now that will be a huge tournament starting in 8 nights time from Cartama in Spain. But right now, I can tell you that the news from the toss is that the Campe Giants, they won the toss. They've elected to field first. That will be Tariq batting first. Avinash Pai will be opening the batting. He's facing up to, looks to me like Paul Edgela. And these two were teammates actually for Costa del Sol last time we saw them on ECN. That was in late October last year. So we're just waiting for the clock to tick over to 5 p.m. local. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me in the commentary box. It's a very, very warm welcome to a bit of a night series specialist, Joe Wigasani. Welcome, Joe.
Hello, Vinny. Yes, big hello to everybody out there. Lovely to be back again. We've been waiting all winter long for the cricket to resume here in Europe, and well, we're at the very tip of the continent. We can see Morocco in the background between the cricket happening between us and that fine vista as well, and just super excited to be here with you, Vinny Sandu.
Well, I don't think I could be any more excited. I'm an excitable character, as you know, but it's been 8 weeks off, and we're actually back a little bit of a week early. We plan to have the 9 weeks off, but here we are.
You want to cut your vacation short?
That's true. Tell you what, you do have to come back a week early. This isn't a bad place to come at all. We've got the Rock of Gibraltar behind us, and this guy, Avinash Pai, who's facing up, broke my heart actually. He was one of their key players in that playoff series, Spanish Championship weekend, and last time we saw him, he pulled his hamstring, and he pulled it really badly, and it affected them. He came out to bat bravely on just one leg, but Ham told he's back to full fitness, but he's going to have his hands full with Paul Edgela.
He'll want to be the Rock of Gibraltar himself, I'm sure, in this situation. Paul Edgela, of course, doing a great job here in Gibraltar, taking over the cricket development of this fine little territory. So he will be set to make his mark straight away. Looks like everyone's out there and ready. Umpires ready, batters ready, fielders ready.
I'm certainly ready. And yeah, we'll see the lights taking effect shortly. Probably still about an hour and a half off the official sunset. So I think you'll see the sun setting probably around about towards the end of this match. And the second match we'll have tonight will be under lights. These two teams playing again. Now, one thing I'm really interested about this series is these teams have been picked out of a player pool, so we do expect them to be pretty even. There's 5 teams taking part in this event over 11 nights, so they will play each other in a series of double headers. There'll be 10 nights that are kind of qualifying nights, if you like, and then there'll be a 3rd and 4th playoff, and then the final on night number 11, which will be Wednesday, the 9th of February. Hello to Luke Belgium. Great to see you in the chat. And he says in the chat, Cricket Gibraltar, they put a lot of work in this. Good luck to everyone involved. Hope goes well. And Luke saying that this is a nice little appetizer for bigger things to come. Or certainly, we're all looking forward to the European Cricket League, which will be starting in around about a week's time, which we haven't been able to play since 2019. But having said that, I mean, Joe, how can we describe what we're seeing here? We're about to see the sun go down over this fantastic new facility, and I can't imagine a more unusual, but no better place really to play this kind of a tournament than right here.
It's absolutely remarkable, isn't it, Vinny? This beautiful, beautiful surface. I was wandering around looking for potholes and realised, of course, the artificial grass has it well covered the whole way around. So can expect the ball to do a little bit coming off that.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how it plays now. The outfield, because it is artificial turf, I think it'll play pretty true. I mean, sometimes we see some wild and wonderful outfields.
No Jeffries out there today?
No, I don't think we packed the Tortuga. That's for sure. And Corey in the chat. Hello to you, Corey Rutgers. He'll be joining me as well as part of our commentary team in ECL. He says, Vinny, there's one team coming to ECC that also plays on a full artificial outfield. Can you guess it? Now, my guess, and you probably know this one because I know that you play your cricket in Holland, Joe. Would it be RBS, HBS Cronhout?
Yeah, it's Cronhout.
Yeah, they'll be in Group E, and I know that Corey originally was an RBS player. So we have two Dutch teams in the ECL. We'll talk a bit more about that as the night goes on. It's like way too loud in my ears now. It's like almost going to break the speakers. So, almost ready for action. I think maybe just some of the technicals being worked out at the moment here. Of course, this is a brand new facility, and it's our first time we've been here. We've technically we've left the European Union, haven't we? Because there is a border now. It's Hello to Adrian in the chat as well. Say hello to us in the chat while we're waiting to get going. It's great to see Selva Kumar Murugasamy in the chat as well as Ashful Alam, Ahmed Bitlob, Chris Pierce joining us from Prague. Did spend a bit of time in Prague on my way here, and I'm certainly looking forward to what's to come. Hello to Wazza as well. Hope you're going well. I hope that no matter where you were over the last few weeks, hope everyone had a fantastic holiday season and a happy and safe one, of course. It's still a difficult world that we live in, but isn't it great to bring the ECN back? And for us, actually, Joe, it feels like a bit of normality coming back with the ECN matches.
Yeah, absolutely it does. It's going to be a regular part of our lives now, Vinny, travelling around Europe, watching the cricket, and getting to bring it to you all out there on YouTube and, of course, at FanCode in India, as we get a few more technical glitches out of the way, and we're just making sure that everything is ready to get going. Well, they've been waiting for 5 years. They can wait a couple more minutes, I'm sure, but this is super exciting stuff. And talking to all the people involved in making this happen, preparing this series to come, there is some steady excitement around the place, Vinny. I'll tell you what.
Yeah,
they are chomping at the bit.
Yeah, I know they are. And this is actually the first kind of official cricket that's been played in Gibraltar for 5 years, believe it or not. 5 years they've gone just while this facility was being built, and a lot of them in the meantime they do just hop across the border to play in Spain. It's quite interesting to think that you'd leave, well, it's not quite the UK here, but it's controlled by the UK, but to leave essentially a British territory to go to Spain to play cricket, and a lot of these players, that's what they do.
It is an irony more beautiful than words can describe. Really. Have to go to Europe to play some cricket.
Yeah, that's right.
But no, this is the first of our cricket being broadcast this year, and of course it's wonderful to include the lovely Gibraltar people.
Yeah, so again we apologise for a slight delay, but tell you what, you've waited 8 weeks for cricket, you can wait a little bit longer. And of course this is the 10 over format. If you are new to us, welcome to the European Cricket Network. This is the first of, well, we plan to make it well over 1,000 matches in 2022 on ECN. We did finish with 1,222 matches last season, and I know because I saw over 1,000 of them personally. But you know, this night cricket that has been going now, we did one night. I remember in Barcelona at the start of the season, but then we had series in Cyprus. I know you were back in Barcelona as well, Joe. It brings another element to this kind of format, doesn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely does. It requires a bit of a different set of skills, of course, running around there in the dark and dealing with the floodlights. These floodlights, though, I've got to say, they have been purpose-built for some high-level sporting activity out here. They're nice and high. They're not in the eyes of the fielders. So it'll be interesting to see how that does affect them, what we often see in cricket.
Yeah, I'm just amazed with this facility, how it's been built to support multiple sports. We have basically a rugby field here, which you'll see some of the markings for on the right-hand side. There's also football that's played here. The inside, there's a fantastic indoor kind of cricket training facility. There's an outdoor training facility with nets as well. There's a darts room. I haven't actually seen all of it yet, and we had a bit of a look around yesterday, but I'm really looking forward to seeing a bit more of it.
I was petitioning we just stay here, not go back to the hotel. We can set up camp in this lovely sporting complex. And well spotted there by Corey Ruckers out on the chat. Big hello to you, Corey. He's seen that is indeed Sam Horton.
Yes, so
the Giants.
Sam Horton was playing for Sarova Split in Croatia last year, and I got to know him quite well. He's a lovely guy, originally from New Zealand, has some indoor cricket experience as a junior in New Zealand, and so yeah, I'm sure that some of his teammates from that Croatia series are probably tuning into the chat. So yeah, Sim's noticed that, and so I'm looking forward to seeing him in action. He'll have the gloves. Also, probably will open the batting for them. And we'll talk a bit more about these two teams as we settle into the night. But I mean, what do you think with this field? And normally the wind here picks up off the. Well, there's water all around us really, but particularly the coastlines on the left of the field, and the breeze picks up off the water. You can actually feel the salt water in your face actually as the wind picks up. So I think the wind's going to favour the right of screen.
Yeah, 100%. That we were told it can change direction and slow down a little bit. It's definitely not as bad as it was last night, that's for certain. So it looks like all the players are here now. Everyone's made to cross the border. Might be just about ready to get going.
We are. So here we go. Strap yourselves in for another year of cricketing action from all across the continent of Europe, as Paul Edgeler is going to come in with the first ball of 2022. I tell you what, I do love a big build-up, but I think probably 10 minutes is enough. And I tell you what, you might need to warm up again, Paul. And I know Paul quite well from the Costa del Sol Club, as we are going to get going. Let's play some cricket. Edgeler with the first ball. Good Yorker. Just dug out by Avinash Pai, who's off the mark with a single. And it's going to be interesting when you have, teammates that know each other pretty well playing against each other. I think we'll have some interesting matchups in this series.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, and it'll be great to see how, these clubs get to start building rivalries now. This is the moment where it all starts. As you mentioned, the clubs have been devised out of that big pool of 130-odd players.
And this is Danny Guest, who's opening the batting as well, and he lets the first one go by outside the off stump. Umpire has a bit of a look, but some nice away movement there from Edgeler.
Yeah, that did move nicely. And he's looking in good shape as well, Edgeler. First two balls, bang on the money. Forcing a shot with the first, and something you don't see too often in this format, a lead with the second.
You don't. This one flicks away nicely. We're going to have some more runs. This one takes a hop, and it's going to go all the way for the first boundary of the season. Danny Guest gets going with cuatro carreras.
Yeah, very nice. Danny Guest, put your name in the record book. That's the first 4 in 5 years in Gibraltar.
It sure is. And you saw that skipping off the artificial turf. I've got to admit, I've never seen a cricket match played on a completely artificial surface. Very interesting. Nice shot by Guest to get going. And this time he goes over the offside. Now there is a fielder out there, and they settle for one. But certainly Danny Guest showing he can play both sides of the wicket.
Yeah, he's enjoying having a bit of a swing at the moment, but still not bad from Edgeler, just a little bit too full, a little bit too wide, and done well by Danny Guest to get that over the infield and take a single.
Yeah, Avinash Pai is a really talented cricketer. And like I say, he was a key part of that Costa del Sol team that came so close to ECL qualification last year. He's facing up now. And a bit of a false shot, hangs in the air. That fielder's busy out there. with another single. But certainly I think we'll see that some of these players would have played T10 before, some probably haven't, quite a lot haven't played T10 before. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly they adapt.
Yeah, absolutely. As we know, it's a different set of tactics and strategies that we've seen developing across Europe during the course of T10 happening, of course. T10 wasn't a thing when they last played cricket here, but good opportunity for these guys.
Oh, this could be out. I think this is off the glove, and it's the first wicket of the season. It was dug in short by Edgela, and Danny Guest, well, he played a nice shot over the leg side earlier in the over. This one just takes the glove. It was safely pounched by Sam Houghton behind the wicket. It's the first wicket of the season, and Tarek loses an early one at 7 for 1.
Yeah, and danger man to go as well. Danny Guest, he was looking to really put his foot down and start motoring, but that was a good take by the keeper there, and well pointed out on this track. I think that ball is carrying through really well, and it's not too difficult. Did really well to get down to the leg side and get his gloves around it.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's a bit of a risk, I suppose, when you bang it in, because I think the bounce is pretty true, but he just seemed to get through onto Danny Guest a bit quicker than Guest expected. And what a dream start for Sam Houghton as well. And Corey, he was asking, is that Sam Houghton from Croatia? Well, it certainly is. He's found his way to a pretty nice spot. And I know you kind of migrate a bit as well during the European winter. You migrate south, don't you, from the Netherlands for a little bit?
Yeah. I've taken to doing that, certainly. Make like a bird in winter.
That was the end of the first over as well. So 7 for 1 is the score after the first over of the season. And this looks like it'll be Jack Horrocks, the left armer, to bowl the second over. He will be bowling to Avinash Pai, who's on strike. New batter coming out there is Jonathan West. Here's Horrocks. Oh, well, completely stacks it. And the result, bit of inside edge, just one. Got camera 4 there.
Yeah, and did pretty well to just wait on that.
Let's have a look at this. It just
not quite
too fast for his own good.
Not quite the straight bats of Gibraltar, but so well played in the end, and scampered through for a single.
I want to invite everyone to get moving in the chat as well. Say hello. I'm going to try and go through it. It's going crazy, so you can say hello again if you have already. This is a full toss, played back with a straight bat, as we see West just negotiating his first ball. And how exciting these guys, for the experience for these guys that haven't played televised cricket before. Let's see who can handle the nerves and who can handle the big moments.
Well, that's it. It's one thing not playing cricket for years, another thing coming out to do it on the big stage. Certainly another element.
I did like the rhythm of Horrocks there, probably until just after he let go of the ball, as he comes in again. Full again. Well, if he picked this up cleanly, he might have had half a chance for a run out. That's Scott Rowbottom there. There's certainly no excuses on this outfield, because it is playing on a very, very flat surface.
Yeah, it's quite a fluid motion from Horrocks, but he is letting it go quite high, and just seems to be not quite able to control his length as yet.
Say hello to Adrian Dunbar, who's in the chat, who played for Belgrade in that same series. I was talking about that Sam Houghton played in. Hello, guys, and yeah, if I've missed you, say hello again, because I'm enjoying just. It's like when you kind of come back first day of school, isn't it? You've had a bit of a holiday and you come back and everyone's there. You have to say hello.
Yeah, you've been in quarantine for 2 weeks.
I did actually. I was able to breach the Australian border to visit family and friends in the break. Here's Horrocks. Full again. Good Yorker this time. Gets it right. Top ball. And look, had to have that one boundary, didn't we, in the first over. But apart from that, I think it's been pretty tight. And look, one thing I like about the bowling innings so far from the Giants is they haven't given away any extras.
No, that's exactly right, and just the crucial number. If you can keep the extras down, you are just giving yourself an extra batter, really, in the end.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, all sorts of statistical analysis has been done on the cricket we've had on ECN. Some 240,000 deliveries we've broadcast over the last couple of years, and we get to see the kind of correlations between those kinds of things. Yeah, giving away extras is not a great idea. Now this is in the air. Now this could be a chance. They look at each other. It's just dropped. Oh, that's such a good effort. But that one hung in the air a long time. Also negotiating with the sun. That's unfortunately that one goes down.
Yeah, Horrocks running back there, and unfortunately for the man at long on, that was Thomas Orton,
They just couldn't quite decide who was going to go and grab it. In the end, Horrocks did his very best there. Good effort.
Would have been a wicket for Horrocks.
First drop catch of the year.
Probably won't be the last, tell you that much. On the walk is Pye, and he ticks this one out on the offside. I think the length's been pretty good so far, as we see John West start going down as he went through. That's the end of the over. And yeah, it's a pretty good start from the Giants. Tarek, 12 for 1.
Yeah, pretty even Stevens at the moment, I'd say, Vinny. 12 for 1 after 2, and as we well know, this will be the final of the power play overs. So if they can make this one count, it'll certainly go towards, what would you say, a good total? It's a bit hard to say on this track, isn't it?
It is hard to say. I'd say any runs on the board are useful. I'd say if you can get 90 plus or something like that, I think we might see some quite big scores. But I think first up, especially, I often think that with the bat, you're often a bit more rusty than you are with the ball, because with the ball you get more chances. So yeah, I'd say 90. I'd settle for 90 if I was batting first. Edgela's going to bowl out. Starts with the first wide. Well, always happens, doesn't it? But he certainly is getting some good outward movement.
Yeah, he certainly is. Yeah, I think you're right. 90 plus there, and as you said, a lot of these players have not played T10 before, so it's getting into that rhythm. Might take a few matches.
Goes straight, slightly mishit, but he's got enough of it, and that's going to be a boundary down the ground. So, well, the battle of the Costa del Sol players. This time Pye gets a nice shot down the ground for 4.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit with this outfield that if the ball is coming down from up high, if it's lobbed in the air, it can quite kind of sit a little bit, but if you get any sort of velocity on it, it really does travel over the deck.
Right, tries the short one, worked last time. This one, well, he's going to be run out here, and what a piece of fielding. Well, this is incredible, and it's the key player, it's the captain, Avinash Pye, that's got to go, and what a bit of work it was. It was kind of a ball that put him on the back foot, and yeah, that might have been Joseph Marples there. He had to hit the stumps, he did, and he removes the danger man. Tarek, 17 for 2.
Didn't they absolutely love that, Vinny? What a piece of fielding out there.
Try and slow this down when it hits the stumps as well. Yeah, it was not where he wanted it to go, but how quick did he get rid of that and hits the target? Umpire was in perfect position to make that decision, and Pye, he felt that he knew that if that hit, he was gone. And well, this cricket, a bit like most forms of the game, it's all about taking your chances, and that certainly is a half chance that was pounced on by the Giants.
Absolutely, pounce is the right word. He was quick as a flash there, stayed very low with the throw as well, got himself well in line. Very nice piece of fielding indeed, and they'll be up and about after that, the Giants.
Well, Angela wasn't able to remove Avinash Pye, his Costa del Sol teammate, with the ball, but he was able to remove him because he's been run out. Ninj in the chat was asking earlier which fielder's getting leather poisoning today, Vinny. Well, it might be Marples with that. Was just a fantastic piece of fielding. Certainly no signs of rust there. Samir Naik's going to come in at number 4, been on strikers, and he's another player we saw in the Spanish Championship weekend late last year. He's not facing right now because this is West. He's on the walk, and he pulls well, and that one has gone all the way. The first of the year, Maximo. I've been waiting for that.
That was built up inside of you, wasn't it?
He was waiting for the short ball as well, but what a nice shot. I mean, Angela, he's not slow, but he certainly timed that one and got it all the way.
Yeah, a bit of bounce coming off the pitch as well, but he just managed to stay on top of it and hit through it really quickly, really cleanly. Great shot.
Angela with the comeback. This time he pitches up. Slight false shot. Takes a few interesting hops. I think that's just the way it spun off the bat. There's no run there. And this is pretty even start, I think, all things considered, isn't it? We've seen a bit of everything so far.
Well, dancing down the pitch and trying to get to it, managing just to toe it with his bat. Yeah, pretty even at the moment. Absolutely. I think what have we got left? 2 balls left in the power play, and
yeah, 1 now actually. So 23 off 2.5. But yeah, I mean, I think you're probably happier with the fielding team here, especially, you know, you got the big wicket of Pye, that's a game changer really, because he's the kind of guy that can back through the innings and really hurt you. But Edgela's bowled well. That last ball of his spell coming up. Oh, I guess it's completely wrong though. It's to be a wide. And I think that's just what he tries to bowl a bouncer, but he wasn't trying to bowl it quite that short. Gets stuck in the hands. Got camera 4 there, which is the behind camera. Let's have a look at the way he pulls this down. So let's just say he needed it. Kind of a snooker cue. Still wouldn't have reached it. So he goes full, and he does his own fielding. So pretty good work by the captain, Paul Edgela. He finished with 1 for 19 at the end of the power play. Tarek, 24 for 2.
Yeah, I think you'd say after those last couple of deliveries, honours do go to Giants for the power play. It's not a bad score, 24, but losing those 2 wickets, you'd certainly want to be upwards of 30, you'd say, after the first 3 overs.
Yeah, I think if you're tracking at 10 and over, then you're in good shape. But it's certainly not out of it at this stage. He's got 8 wickets in hand. Samir Nayak is a really good cricketer. He's got a bit of class about him. And what's interesting about him, his son plays in the same team. And we'll probably see Manav Nayak coming in at 4 or 5. So we might see him if another wicket or 2 falls. But, you know, and Manav Nayak's still a teenager, but he's got a lot of talent. So I think it's all about trying to get a partnership going. As we see Thomas Orton is going to bowl his first ball.
No, just worth pointing out they've only put 1 person outside the ring, or 1 extra person.
Yeah, that's right. Well, this is a miss-hit pull, and it's just going to get over the fielder, Lee Sims, who just seemed to be a bit flat-footed here. Normally you are walking in, I suppose. And this one, he just had to stop on a dime, trying to run backwards, but he aborted that pretty quickly when he felt he might lose his balance. The result is a single, and Samir Nayak's off the mark, but not really in convincing fashion.
I'll be happy to get to the other end and have a good think about that one. So let's just have a look. We've got a deep third man, a sweeper on the off, long on, and a sweeper on the onside as well. So all 5 out now.
This one's a wide, but it gets a bit of bounce as you'd expect from a man with the height of Orton. It's that one did seem to jump a bit off a length. This one is played down the ground, and so it'll just be 1. And so, you know, you've done a lot of night series, Joe. You've done more than me, actually. I was privileged to have the first ever night game we did in Barcelona last year, but you've done a lot of night series, and how do you find it? I mean, it certainly is a fantastic atmosphere.
Oh, it absolutely is, and obviously with the COVID regulations sort of lessening by the day, it's great to see people able to come down after work, enjoy a little bit of cricket.
That's right. I mean, these guys, if they are working during the day, they've got something to look forward to at night. Of course, double header format here, so you've got the teams playing each other twice. This game, obviously the first of the series. Got 4 in the circle. Oh, this is in the air, and this will be a chance. He's got an eternity to wait for it, but he takes it. And it looks like Edgela to me, who takes the catch. And he was the man to be under the high ball. He called it straight away. It's, well, not going anywhere. Well, it must have been a free hit. In fact, it was. We missed it. And I think it might have been a free hit for a fielding.
A bit of catching practice.
Oh, well. That's my first clanger of the year. Won't be my last, as the next one's going to be 1. I don't think we got the memo, but I think it was for 6 outfielders. And so the next ball was a free hit. And, well, Paul Edgela, at least you know he's got a safe pair of hands.
Oh, absolutely. Good catching practice. And I'm going to say the fielding's been top-notch, bar for that little mistake. But
yeah, it was just
tell they've been training very hard.
There was that one that went down. Now, have a look at this. He's batting a long way outside the off stump. This is very innovative stuff.
It's taking it a bit too far. The current trend, isn't it? Batting on the off.
This is Nayak. Wants that leg side, but he has to go off when this is up, and this is hanging a long time, and this one is going to be dropped. And he's always smashed his sunglasses as well.
Joey Marples.
As Marples has already pulled off a bit of brilliance. And this one was miles in the air, and now they're picking up the pieces, literally. That's an expensive drop in more ways than one, Joe.
Yeah, he's got a few credits in the bank there, Joey Martels.
Well, number one, he wasn't wearing his sunglasses, even though he's fielding straight into the sun. All right, I'll break this down for you in a second, as the next one's beaten outside the off stump. So he wasn't wearing his sunglasses. The ball went up. He had to turn. He's fumbled it, and as he's kind of jerked to take it on the second grab, his sunglasses have fallen off his head. It looks like he's trampled them. Ouch. Any sunglass companies out there like to sponsor us? This is our leg side, and this one is going the journey. Maximo West hits it. And, well, he hits it west in that direction.
West, that's right.
So it's going to be 6 more. What a way to finish the over.
The compass.
And the score is 37 for 2.
Yeah, and that's a good little over.
Have you got the live chat graphic we can put up?
Just to keep themselves on track, it's a good little over. Not quite at 10 runs.
Yeah. So let's have a look at this live chat and see who's chatting to me. Well, I see that Yost has donated €2. Well, thank you, Yost. You're too kind. But hello to Rico. Rico's in the chat as well.
Hello, Rico.
Rico, we'll see you very shortly for an extended period. I think I mentioned Sim as well. Chris Pierce from the Czech Republic. And if you do want to say hi, make sure you do. It's great to have you with us. Snicks Cricket as well, saying he's buzzing for ECN this year. Harsh Madyan from Hungary. Hello, Harsh. I'm looking forward to seeing you as part of the Royal Tigers setup. I think they're playing in Group B, which is week 2. And Abhijit Vijayan also saying, hi guys, miss you all during the vacation. Yeah, it was strange to not be watching cricket day in, day out, but certainly watched a fair bit of other cricket going on. Of course, we had the Ashes, the Women's Ashes. Geez, what a finish that was today as well. It went right down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great tournament, that one.
It's very evenly poised, that Women's Ashes series, partly because of the rain. Anyway, here's Lord Burns with his leg spin. And he goes straight. This is in the air, and I think it's going to go all the way. It does. And, well, it was a really good effort. But I don't think that Horrocks has got this down in time. And we'll have a look at this again.
Great effort by Horrocks here.
I mean, he couldn't have done any more, to be honest. But I think you'll see here. That's you see, he's already gone from off the field. Got one more time. That same replay, please. Same replay. And yeah, it's signal 6 now. So what a really good effort that was by Horrocks. It's the result is 6. And welcome to the crease, Mr. Burns. Lorne, he's a really good bowler. We saw him in that Spanish Championship weekend. Another player that's played for Costa del Sol. This next one's a little bit shorter. It's cut away. There is protection there at deep point. So yeah, certainly it's what you expect from ECN. You expect action, you expect big hits, wickets, chances, drops, catches, everything. We've had it all so far. We're not even halfway through the first innings of the year.
Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back, European cricket. Here we go. It's just wonderful to see the skill on display here at the moment.
This is in the air, and oh, was that half a chance there?
Oh.
Edgela, this time was for keeps. I think he probably gets a finger on this.
Looks like it, by the way he's nursing it.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is the Samir Nayak versus Lorne Burns battle, and these, again, are 2 players that played for Costa del Sol in the Spanish Championship weekend last year. Samir on strike. Tossed up and goes hard again. Now, this one is another one that's going to be touch and go, and it's going to be 6 more. Well, poor Horrocks. He just needs about another 3 metres to work with, and he would have been in business. But the result is Maximo, a second of the over to Samir Nayak.
That's some good, clean hitting there by Samir, and good little battle between these two. Like you said, they know each other well, and that's going to be such a great thing to watch Gibraltar cricket developing.
Brings up the 50, and there's more runs here. It'll just be 1 though. And that's, I think, all these teams have got some good players. I mean, that's the thing about the system of divvying up the player pool. But it wasn't an easy shot, that last one that Samir hit against the spin. This is well bowled by Burns. Good comeback. Well, it's a pretty good over, but it goes for 15 in the end at halfway point. Tarek, 52 for 2.
Yeah, he wasn't bowling anything too off the money there. Just really well played, and shame that last one didn't pop up in some waiting hands, but a good important over, you feel. 15 off it. and halfway through the innings, they are tracking it for a decent score.
Yeah, man, I said 90, just thinking they might be a bit rusty with the bat, but there's no signs of rust from Samir Nayak, and he knew the dimension of the field. Probably on bigger boundaries, you're probably in trouble there, but it's certainly making the most of the dimensions. Both of those just creeping over by 2 or 3 metres, and that's what we're going to see in ECN cricket. You're going to see boundaries, you're going to see players encouraged to go for those shots because they know they've got a slight kind of bit of wiggle room if they don't get it quite out of the middle of the bat. As we're going to see Lee Sims, tall seam-up bowler, coming into bowl over number 6. This one is a real warm-up ball, and it gets past Houghton, and this is going to be expensive. It's going to go all the way 5 wides, and that's a horror start for Sims.
Yeah, Lee Sims, not the way he was envisaging that.
I thought we'd see a bit more of that, to be honest, because it's
been tight, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, first game of the season, any season really, when you consider cricket has been played here for 5 years. Some of these players a little bit underdone. Well, this one is going to be called wide. A little bit kind, actually, because that first one probably was over the shoulder, so technically should have been a no ball, but I think you can be kind to Sims there. But one thing's for sure, he's given up 6 and he hasn't bowled a ball yet.
Yeah, and it's something that we see so often in T10 cricket is we just watch him come in for his first legitimate, hopefully.
Like sneaks across, he wants the leg side, and he's going to get it, and he's going to get 6 more. Maximo! Another half a dozen. And Samir Naik's come out, and he's changed his match with some big hits.
Yeah, I think it just really matters who your 3rd and 4th bowlers are, and it's all good and well having opening bowlers doing a good tight job, but if your 3rd and 4th can't continue that work, then it can really run away from you quickly. I often think that the 5th, 6th and 7th overs are the most important game-defining overs in this format, Vinny.
They've got to get something going. That's what they have done. He wants it again, but this time he hasn't quite got it. Could be a chance, and it's taken. Really nice catch. That's Rowbottom out at deep forward square leg, and Naik, he was always keen to keep going on with it. This one wasn't quite out of the middle. The catch was offered. The catch was taken. And Sims, well, he's improved very quickly. And he gets the big wicket of Samir Naik, who's got to go for 23 off only 9 balls. It's 64 for 3.
Yep, Sims can tell his friends and family he only took 2 balls to get a wicket. It's pretty good effort after the warm-ups. But keeping this game on a bit of an edge here, Vinny.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, yeah, been a great contest so far, just toing and froing, big hits and the wickets, and that one was more than a half chance really. It was a false shot from Naik, who, let's be honest, he got a bit lucky a couple of times with the short boundaries, just creeping over by a couple of metres. That time it was a couple of metres short, and it was a nice catch by Rowbottom. He kept his cool well out there on the leg side boundary.
So it might be another Naik coming out here. Let's just have a look.
Yeah, that's Manav Naik who's coming out. I mentioned him. So it's son replacing father. It's that's one way of kind of a succession plan, isn't it? When the father goes, the son takes over. And Sims pitches this one up. It's flicked away. There's no one inside the circle. So Manav Naik gets off the mark. And yeah, he's a real talented player. You'll see him bat in the top order. You'll see him bowling spin, can bowl leg spin and off spin. Really good fielder. I mean, an absolute gun fielder. And it looks like he should be doing his homework or something. He looks about 12 years old. It doesn't play like it. Oh, this one's up. This is miles in the air. It is a blast. And that one is another one out of here. Maximo, right shot. Well, West goes West again. He moves into the 20s.
Yeah, West, what great hitting that was. And didn't hit it too hard either. Just walked it down to it and timed it beautifully. I thought it had gone straight up in the air, but it just kept travelling. Picked up in that lovely breeze coming off the Straits of Gibraltar.
Yeah, just a light breeze at the moment. This is too short again. That's going to take some stopping. It won't be stopped. That was Laman, who unfortunately couldn't get anywhere near that one. That was a poor delivery from Sims, who had a real mixed bag from him. As this over goes magical. There's been 23 off it, but a big wicket. What can you say? The score's up 75.
Yeah, it was the what is it? The best of times and the worst of times.
Yeah, it was a good, the bad, and the ugly, isn't
Charles Dickens, yeah.
Well, I saw Luke in the chat saying the outfield looks in great condition for this time of year.
Oh,
well,
it's beautiful.
Luke,
They've been watering it all night.
this is, you wouldn't believe it. I'm just looking on the screen here. You wouldn't be able to tell, but this is actually artificial turf. This entire field is artificial turf. Full toss, an overcorrection, but he's not punished by West. So, dot ball to finish an eventful over. And the score after 6 overs is 75 for 3. Well, 6 over check-in time. Originally, I was thinking, just get 90 on the board or something like that. But at the moment, I mean, can you go to a ball from here? That gets you 123, so something like that. I think 120 plus is asking questions, and certainly they've got a good platform, and they still do have 7 wickets in hand, although they do have Manav Nayak is new to the crease. But Jonathan West has looked good so far in his 26 not out.
Yeah, and I think that'll be a real good test of how this new team goes about it. They do have an informed batsman who is there in West, and if Nayak can just anchor down that position and kind of tick it over, they'll certainly be pushing upwards of 110.
So it looks like Burns is going to bowl his second over. See if he gets any luck here. So actually spinner to spinner, and he doesn't get this right. So a little top edge, and how fast will this run? This tests the outfield. Well, how about that? There's a bit of a robota that he tries here. And it'll be interesting to see this one again, because I wonder if we can slow this down around now. See,
Oof,
that to me looks like that's probably for. In fact, it was given for. So I'll give it 10 points for style though, because he's just getting it a little back through the legs. What do you call that? I mean, I don't know all the football terms. That's a little one where you just pull it back between your legs. Burns won't be particularly thrilled with that. Next one's down the leg side, and Houghton can't get near it. And this one is going to be 5 wides. So that's basically 9 off the first ball. And Burns, who we know is a class performer, but he's not having so much luck so far in season 2022.
Yeah, just drifting far too far down the leg side there, and extracting some bounce on this pitch though as well, and he'll probably want to try and utilise that a little bit more.
This one's cut away, and it's a really good stop.
Yeah,
Had to deal with the side spin there. And I think there's been some very good fielding in amongst this, but I mean, I thought we might see some high scores later in the tournament. I don't have to wait that long to get some high scores, because this innings is already up and away. As Burns again drifts it down the leg side, and Houghton's misses it, and then it's missed again, and this is going to be 5 more wides. Well, this is fast turning into a full-blown emergency for the Giants.
It certainly has. It's just swung completely this match, hasn't it? As the Giants look to be on top early on, but now a few wayward overs, and Burns really just needs to recollect himself here and not try anything too fancy.
Yeah, well, let's see if he can come up with the right line. This isn't, and it would have been a wide again. Instead, it's going to crash into the rugby goalpost, and it's 4 more.
Great shot by Nayak Jr. there.
Yeah, well, my father like son, there's a lot of class in those veins. Again, he's got no risk with this shot, because it pitches outside the leg stump, so he can pretty much just go for it. And that time, he gets 4 runs, and Burns has gone for 33 in 1.5.
He's come around the wicket now.
Yeah, he needs to come up with a wicket for his team. He has been expensive. Oh, this one could be out, and this time he is out. So the change of angle does the trick, and we saw Manav Nayak just mistime a couple of those sweep shots. He did hit the one before out of the middle, but this time it's just a simple catch for Houghton, who takes the catch for the 4th wicket of the innings, and that's both Nayaks back in the shed. It's 93 for 4.
Yeah, both Nayaks. They both contributed though. Very good from Manav, putting on 9 after his father came out and put on a quick 23. So nice little contribution by the father-son duo there. Really, I'd be really curious to see how the inter-team rivalries grow in this series.
I think so.
These clubs playing each other from the first time, coming from the same pool, and there's a pool of 130 people. I think you might have mentioned this, Vinny, but about 110 of them are from Gibraltar.
Yeah, isn't that fantastic?
Great having that local representation. So Burns in now.
Oh, that's kind of bit off the surface, hasn't it? And this is Ainsworth, new batsman, Sean Ainsworth. that one does get some turn. It goes over the wicket for the last ball. Hunting for that wicket. Ainsworth on the charge and goes back and punches. And this one, he's made a meal of this. And he will get it just in time. That's Zach Simpson down there as a late inclusion into the team.
Yeah.
That's the end of 7 overs. And the score is 95 for 4.
And poor old Zach Simpson there. He's been put in the spot. The ball keeps chasing him and then spinning away. But I'm sure he's happy to be out there. So 3 overs remaining, and we can have a quick look at what's coming up. You'll be there, Vinny, in Khartoum, Malaga, coming up, the European Cricket League, of course.
We'll be there, yeah. So I'll be a few nights here with you, Joe, which I'm very thankful for. But then I will have to head up the freeway. It's about an hour and a bit up to Malaga, and we have the second ever European Cricket League brought to you by Bet to Ball. We have 30 European clubs. They're all champion clubs coming from all around the continent. They're going to come 6 at a time. 5 group weeks and then a championship week, starting with Group A, which is tomorrow week, so only 8 days away from the ECL. And Tunbridge Wells versus Svanholm. That will be the first game, believe it or not. Tunbridge Wells from England and Svanholm from Denmark. And Michael Lemon here is going to bowl. That last one was given 4, believe it or not, in the end. So it's 97. The score. Now this one is taken not. Well, I thought the way they were running in there to congratulate, but they're actually running for the rebound. I thought that it was taken. We've seen some good ones taken. That one wasn't.
Glorious effort, though.
Yeah,
look at this.
Lemon could have had a wicket first ball on his ECN career. Back to live action. This one outside off. And this is where I think also, as you see, 4th and 5th bowlers used. Now, on this surface, if they're bowling to set batters, it could be a bit of a risky proposition.
Yeah, 100%. It's you really need to be chasing wickets in this situation.
Tossed up, hit, and caught. Well, he's got no idea how he's done that. Have a look at this. I don't know if we've got it went so quickly. Hopefully we've got a replay of this. Now that is Orton, who catches it. It rolls up his arm and lodges it in his armpit. Have a look at this. He catches it and then catches it in the kind of crook of the elbow in the end. And now, wouldn't expect anything less. So we saw Lemon have one dropped off his bowling, but this time it's the end of a dangerous batter. That's West, who has to go for 27, and it's 99 for 5.
And gosh, they really needed that, didn't they, the Giants? And really nice bit of fielding there, one-armed fielding.
Yeah, I mean, I think I used to say when I used to go on tour with cricket, we'd play in the hotel room, and there was a rule that you could get caught off the roof, but you couldn't use your hands. It was called a funny catch, and that was a classic funny catch. As it just kind of rolled up his arm and kind of just lodged between his forearm and his body. There's all sorts of ways to try to catch it. In your neck is one, or open your shirt was another one. Anyway.
Good tours, those ones,
yeah,
Vinny.
They were. Miles Goodfellow is the new batter. He gets a bit of a juicy full toss, turns it around the corner. Happy to get off the mark with his first run in ECN cricket.
Yeah, and that's not a bad piece of batting either, just to watch the ball all the way down, play the right shot. He readjusted halfway through and made sure he played it safely along the deck as well.
He's on the charge and he just goes with the hit. Easy's the call from about 8 of the Giants. I think it's also quite funny that Lorne Burns is playing for the Giants because he's about 5'6", but still, it's nice. I'm a bit generous.
He enjoyed that one.
He's fielding right in front of us, but that'll just be one. Go on, how tall are you? Anyway, we'll get to the end of the 8th over now. The 100's up now for Tariq, who are 102 for 5 with 2 overs remaining. Yeah,
great work by Tariq, and now they've got free rein. These 2 overs remaining, they can just feel pretty confident that they've got that mental obstacle of the 100 on the board, and you can have a look at the worm there where they really started accelerating, and it was really that good foundational partnership between Nayak and West indeed, and that really allowed them to start building where the foundations weren't that strong at the start, were they, Vinny? But
no, they weren't, but
Horrocks in.
This game's in the balance for me. Full toss from Horrocks and good placement, but he'll probably just get one here. They think of a second. Well, now last couple of overs, this is where the running gets a bit crazy and things can really kick off. It's look, I think with 100 on the board, there's no real pressure on Tariq. I think they can really be expansive in their stroke play and just try and grab as many as they can in this first innings.
Yeah, that's right.
This one's edged and taken, and Houghton gets another catch. It's just the angle of Horrocks going across the batter, and unfortunately for Ainsworth, his stay is a brief one. He goes for 6. 6 wickets down now. It's 103 for 6.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay there, and it was a good ball, really good length, not too full, not too short, but that front foot was just going in the wrong direction for that shot from Ainsworth. And that's what you get. Nice big thick edge through to the keeper.
Yeah, so Houghton has missed a couple down the leg side, but for the most part he's done well with the gloves. He's taken 3 catches now in the innings. Horrocks into the new batter. Another swing and a miss. It's that angle across. And that's Michael Kelly out there looking for that leg side, not able to connect. And so far, it's been good by Horrocks. They had to try and put the brakes on. 50 runs have come in the last 3 overs, but so far Horrocks doing a good job at the start of the 9th.
Yeah, and that's they can still salvage something from this innings. Certainly, if they can keep these 2 overs contained.
There's feeling for this, but this one is called wide. This one probably, as we say, the wides are generally judged at the popping crease. See those wide indication lines. Not a bad spot to miss, just concedes 1. He'll get it again. Kelly still trying to get off the mark.
He's busy at the crease, Kelly, isn't he? Looks intent. Moves around a bit.
This is good ball, full and straight, but there's no justice. It's a little under edge, and that's going to go for 4. Handy runs at the tail end of the innings for Tarek. They move up to 108, and Kelly has his first runs in ECN cricket.
Yeah, bit of a nice French cut. Well, it is European cricket, so that is not a bad way to get off the mark.
Yeah, we may not be in the European Union here, technically, but the French cuts followed us across the border. Kelly on the charge again, but it's good length by Horrocks, who's impressed me a lot so far in this over. Of course, he had that chance earlier when he bowled the second over. Does have 1 wicket, of course.
Yeah, he's taking a little bit to warm up to the task, but he's really in his straps at the moment, and it's not easy bowling to the tail.
Let's ball the over. Again, full, fairly straight. Good over from Horrocks, who gets things back on track. He only concedes 11 of his 2 overs. That could be very valuable in the context of this game. 9 overs down. It's 108 for 6.
Yeah, no, he just kept putting that in the right spot, and like you said, using that angle and knowing that that Kelly's not really putting his front foot to the pitch of the ball. He's swinging more across the line, and that was really good containment bowling.
Certainly was. And so we will have Orton bowling the last over. And gets a good pop. No call from the umpire. Goodfellow was hoping for a wide, doesn't get it. Dot ball. Only 5 balls remaining. Looks like maybe something in the 110 to 120 looks likely at the moment. And you see here, this is the key about taking those key wickets, because now we are into the kind of middle to lower order and haven't quite got the cattle to keep that scoring rate up, and also it's been clever by the Giants to keep a couple of bowlers for the last 2 overs.
Yeah, exactly, and these 2 in particular, Orton and has done a great job, and Horrocks
tries to get creative, and doesn't really work out for him. So that's strike 3. Can't really fault Goodfellow there. He's trying to be creative. He knows if he gets a little bit of bat on that, deflects away from the keeper, he'll get 4. But instead, good comeback at the back end of this innings, continuing for the Giants.
Yep, and that'll do their spirit all the good going into the break. If they can just see out this over with not too many runs added, then you'd feel that the momentum has swung back to their way.
Full toss, does get bat on this. And will they push for 2? That's the question.
They are.
They are. And Houghton had to rush a bit in the end. And look, credit to Goodfellow, who ran all the way and just put pressure on Horton, who was dragged away from the stumps. You see here, he's got white line fever. He runs all the way down it.
The ball did hit the stumps though.
Well, yeah, well, it did. But well,
It was
that's good hustle from Goodfellow.
yeah, good strong running right from the get-go.
2 balls remain in the first innings of the year. And once again, swing and a miss. This time they're going to go, and there's going to be a run out. So unselfish from Kelly, who is trying for every run possible. Means the new batter will come out and get the experience of facing a ball. As there's 1 ball left in this innings, 110 for 7.
And this is a nice ball as well, just hitting that really good length and angling back into the right-hander. And nice tidy work behind the stumps there as well by Horton.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a weapon behind the stumps, hasn't he?
I'm curious how he got here from Croatia. How did that happen?
I know, well, he told me he's just searching for the sun and he wasn't getting enough of it, so he spent the last couple of months in this area and was able to dominate the player pool. And he's been picked up, so last ball of the innings coming up. Zahiruddin is the batter, chips it to mid-on. And will they try for 2? I don't think they even will, so it will be a Nelson.
Yeah.
First innings of the year. Tariq, after being sent in by Paul Edgela, the Calpe Giants skipper, they have finished their 10 overs 111 for 7. And really, I think, Joe, this match is evenly poised at the halfway mark.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know how it is until the second team's batted, but that was a good, strong performance there. First off by the Tariq 11 coming out there, and they were under pressure a bit from the start, but some nice, strong partnerships in the middle order really allowed them to start consolidating towards a fairly decent score.
Yeah, so Luke Belgium, only 8 runs in the last 11 balls. As we have a look at the highlights, and you can see that early on it was all action. As Guest played a nice shot for a boundary, then he was caught behind. It was the first of 3 catches for Houghton, and so Pye was a key wicket, wasn't he? And he was undone by a brilliant piece of fielding by Marples, who was about to have an interesting experience where a pair of sunglasses will be destroyed, but that's still to come. But we saw West and Samir Nayak putting together a bit of a partnership here. It was this big hitting just set them up, and it allowed them the freedom to attack a bowler like Burns with wickets in hand, and they took him on. Got away with it for the most part, and it was interesting, these battles between the Costa del Sol players. You have to say, Samir Nayak got the better of Burns in this over.
Yeah, he certainly did. He'll get another chance though, Burnsy boy, Mr. Burns, as the series goes on. But it was some really nice, fine, big hitting there by both the Nayaks actually, Manav and then Samir at first.
Yeah.
He managed to ride his luck a little bit as well. Lee came on, Lee Sims, and he had a bit of a shocker to start with, has got to be said.
He did, but one thing he did do, despite being really expensive in that over, is he was able to remove Samir Nayak with on the hook. And so just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, you see Nayak went to the well once too often. It was a good catch that was taken out there by Rowbottom, and that was the important one. And West, he wasn't going to be perturbed by that at all. Still hunting that leg side boundary, which is generally favoured. And we had a bit of fancy footwork there, but unfortunately that one was 4. And you see Houghton there just got across, but kind of went too far. And these 2 sets of 5 wides, which really hurt Burns' figures. And when you think about that, even those two balls, that the 10 wides there, it could be the difference in this game when you think about the score, 111. Kind of very average kind of a score across all of our matches. But Burns eventually got Nayak Jr., who was on the sweep, and change of angle did the trick, and it's an important one to get as well, because it did mean that, especially after they were able to get rid of West, that in unusual fashion, let's say, that they really were able to put the brakes on in the last couple of overs, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. That was the big turning point in the momentum of this innings, with West going down and then exposing that tail, which is eager but a little bit fragile, and especially with the ball pitched nice and full. The drive wasn't on. It was everything being swung towards the leg side. Sometimes they rode a little bit of their luck. Nice fancy under edges. Sometimes they just got themselves run out.
Yeah, credit to Horrocks and Orton, who bowled overs 9 and 10 respectively, and they were really able to bring their team back into the game. I think they will be comfortable enough chasing that 112. If they bat well enough, they'll be good enough. They certainly have a similar smattering of class in their lineup, but we will get to see that chase when we return. Have a look at scorecard here, and a team effort really in the end. West top scoring with 27. Samir Nayak came and changed the game with 23 off only 9 balls, including 3 big sixes. Only other batter to get to double figures was captain Avinash Pai, who was run out by a piece of brilliant by Joseph Marples. You can see there, Sam Houghton was certainly figuring prominently in that innings with 3 catches and run out. But have a look at that, 20 wides. And that wasn't 20 individual wides, because we did have some multiples, but 20 runs in wides and a no ball. That could hurt them, because there was only 90 runs off the bat. And you can see, as far as the bowling went, I think Horrocks, for me, he was the best of the bowlers. 1 for 11 off his 2 overs. Also, Lemon bowled a pretty important over, only going for 5. The wickets were split. Also, I think Orton did pick up a wicket. He was the only bowler that didn't actually, but he did a very good job in that 10th over to keep this score down to 111. Well, that's 1 innings in the book, Joe. And we will be back in just a few minutes with the second innings of this one. It's great to have you back on ECN. Leave a comment in the chat. I'll be reading them over the next few minutes. But when we return, it will be the Giants chasing 112 for victory in this, the first match. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 Gibraltar. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be back with Joe Wegasani very shortly for the second innings. We'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex in Gibraltar for this, the second innings of the very first match in the ECN season 2022. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. It's great to have your company wherever you're joining us from around the world, and I know that we have so many viewers from all corners of the planet, and you're joining us for an exciting chase, as we saw in the first innings in this match at Tarek versus the Calpe Giants. It was Tarek batting first. He made 111 off their 10 overs. And the Giants will be chasing 112 for victory. It looks like a battle of the number fours. Lorne Burns facing up to Samir Nayak. Again, these are two players that both played for Costa del Sol last year, the Spanish Championship weekend. And we'll see Samir Nayak opening with his left arm spin. All good? Yeah. What do you need to do? Just put numbers in? Cool. Yeah, cool. And so we'll see him going around the wicket to Burns. And these two had a bit of an interesting battle in the first innings as Nayak got hold of Burns a couple of times. Well, now it's time for the right of reply. So, getting ready for the chase. 112 it is for victory. Here we go. No, not yet. It was a practice ball. Not disguising your bowling. Just look for all money like he was going to let go of that one, but he didn't. .112 for victory. First one pitched up. It's nicely stroked through the offside though by Burns. And this one is going to test them. And we'll come back for two. It's well bowled, but Burns equal to the task. Most of them should be the same, so you can just change the ones that are different. So just go for it. Don't forget to tick them. Scott Rowbottom on strike now for the first time. Nayak, experienced campaigner. Just pushes and runs. Almost lost his footing. He's off the mark. Took a good catch in the first inning, Scott Rowbottom. Samir Nayak resume his battle. Pardon me, that was Burns, of course. He pushed in. Now we'll get to see Scott Rowbottom. He did take a good catch, like I said, in the first innings. And Samir Nayak's an experienced campaigner. He's played cricket in the United Arab Emirates, amongst other places. This time, Rowbottom pushes and runs. Look at this target, 112. You want to be tracking around that 11 and over. It's not going to be easy, that's for sure. Smattering of quality across all 5 of these sides that we'll see across the next 11 nights in Gibraltar. Tossed up by Samir Nayak. Burns works him around the corner. Well, let's just say Burns showing a bit more respect for Samir Nayak's bowling than we saw in the reverse battle in the first innings, where Nayak certainly made a point of going after his Costa del Sol teammate Lorne Burns. He did more badly in that first over, but went the distance. Rowbottom beat outside the off stump. It's been a good start from Samir Nayak, who dazzled us with his 23 off 9 balls in the first inning. And now it's time for him to do it with the bat. Last ball of the over. Tossed up and pushed away. Doesn't pierce the field. That's the end of the first over. Very good one from Samir Nayak. Concede 6, and it's 6 for no loss. Hello to Iggy, who's watching, no doubt, from Andalusia. So a stalwart of the Costa del Sol club. Hello to you, Iggy. I hope you're well. I hope you had a fantastic Christmas and New Year. Hopefully might see you at some point over the next couple of weeks. And Yost as well. He said he's missed this kind of cricket a little bit. Oh, I've missed it more than a little bit, to be honest. come those numbers have come in here? They're completely different players. But this one's pushed out into the leg side. Avinash Pai is the bowler. I want to know why. So is it completely different teams? Pretty much. Okay. We'll just do it when it's ready. Yeah. Okay, all good. Burns on strike now to Avinash Pai. Another Costa del Sol shootout. Outside the off stump. Well, this is almost taken. It was a half chance. It was hit in the air. It certainly wasn't off the middle of the bat from Lorne Burns. Thick outside edge. It's a tough one, but it goes down. And Pai himself was dismissed. A half chance being taken as he was run out in very skillful fashion by Marples in the first innings. Tarek weren't able to make the most of the opportunity. On the charge, doesn't get too much of it. Pick up and throw from the keeper. Can he guess? Still only one, so no real damage, no boundaries as yet in this innings either. So, I feel like something's got to give here. Quick one, worked around the corner, and the pace is going to be used by Burns, who gets 4. The first boundary of the innings to the Kampe Giants. They move into double figures, an important one. Yes, I think Pine's getting a bit greedy here, hunting the stumps. And Burns gets enough bat on this. Doesn't have to hit it hard. It's a quicker ball anyway. 4 to the total. Burns goes back and punches to the offside, just a single. That is the end of the second over, so still no wickets, but Tarek have done well to keep the Giants down. Score is 14 for no loss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you for the European Cricket Network, and it's wonderful to be back, and it's great to be back next to this man, Joe Wigasani. Joe, welcome back. And I think we've got a crackerjack of a game on our hands here.
Oh, it certainly looks like it, doesn't it? And I'll tell you what, Vinny, I just went for a little bit of a stroll around, and there'd be about 70 people watching this match, sitting up there in the grandstand.
Yeah, certainly is a great atmosphere, and we'll see these two teams playing again in the second match, second of the doubleheader tonight, and there'll be a few changes. I think we'll see a few new faces as well. Big squads here. The fact that there were around 130 players to choose from, that basically translates to 20 odd per side, and so I think that we'll see a few players getting opportunities. But yeah, this facility is something else, isn't it? Burns pushes, gets 1, and one of the things I love the most, I think, about this is that you can actually see, it's not often you can stand in one continent and see another, but around 23 kilometres over the sea, you see the tip of Morocco, the north of Africa.
It's the next frontier, Vinny. Cricket.
Beats him for turn, and Knight can't believe this. Watch this again. It's
it did move.
It did turn. I wonder where it was when it went past the crease. See this? Oh, it's a harsh one. I think Knight could believe it. Gets a bit straighter then, and yeah, Rowbottom just struggled to get going here. I think it's time for him to probably hit out or get out. You'd have to say it's 4 off 7, and the spin attack working at the front of this innings with all 3 overs of the power play being bowled by spin. Hack mixed up his pace. Well, he's going to pick it up and he's going to throw right-handed. And this guy can do absolutely everything. How about that? He bowls it left-handed, picks it up, decides to throw right-handed, and if he hit, this would have been curtains for Rowbottom.
Yeah, it wasn't too far away either, I've got to say. That was a great effort, real quick off the mark. But yeah, just looking at this wonderful facilities, and they do have the grandstand there. Like I said, there'd be about, probably 50, 60 maybe people, families, friends. People come down just to watch the cricket. Fantastic atmosphere.
And Burns wants it, and he's gone. He's LBW. Camera 1, please. And he just wanted to go leg side there, took a risk hitting across the line. I think Burns probably feels like it's sneaking down leg side. The umpire certainly had no hesitation in sending him on his way. So, Samir Nayak, it's another little personal victory over Lorne Burns. He's going to have to go for 11. 18 for 1. We'll have a look at this again on the replay. He kind of shakes the leg. This one, yeah, I mean, it's certainly not far away, is it? You just wonder if the angle maybe would have taken it past leg stump, but the umpire's in their best position, and he said, that's good enough for me. Burns goes for 11, 18 for 1.
Yeah, it just doesn't help. It was full, and he played it across the line all over it, and maybe the umpire just seeing those other ones turning, thought that one might have been doing the same.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, it didn't seem to be a lot of turn in that one, but it's, yeah, certainly probably hit him middle of the leg. He certainly couldn't conclusively rule out it was going to hit the stumps. The umpire's just got to feel like it was going on to hit. He did. Burns has got to go. And this will bring Paul Edgela out at number 3, the captain. And yeah, the captain is a really decorated player himself. He's got the task ahead of him at the moment. Game in the balance. Samir Nayak with the ball. 1 for 10 of his 10 balls so far. Quicker one to start. Cut away. Edgela runs anyway. Gets off the mark.
It was nice shape by Edgela there, just getting up on his toes and really find balance and still head as he played down on it. So he'll be happy to face his first delivery now. Gets to watch from the other end. It's Roy Bottom that continues his work.
Tossed up, takes the bait, and you can forget this one. In fact, that one's almost gone through for a conversion in the rugby goals. That's a big one. Maximo finishing the power play with some power as Rowbottom goes into double figures. That's 3 overs down, 25 for 1.
Yeah, they really needed that, the Giants, and this man seems to be the one set to deliver it for them. You can see he managed to clear the rope very, very easily, at least 10 metres beyond the perimeter.
That's a big hit, wasn't it? It was a risky shot, but if he got it out of the middle, it was going to travel, and it did. Okay, that one, hope had its passport with him, because there is a border checkpoint in that direction. That was just what they needed. When you think about this stage, they'd want to be around probably 33 or so, something like that. And if they didn't hit that, it would have been a long way behind. As it looks like this will be Adam Orfila to bowl over number 4. Power play's over, so you can have up to 5 outfielders at this stage. Edgela, the Giants captain, on strike. He misses out here, gets full toss, and gets sent back by Rowbottom. He says, I'm happy for you to do the batting for now. So a valuable dot ball.
Another thing that was great walking around and past the crowd is hearing those familiar sounds of people watching cricket.
Yeah.
Ooh, ooh, shot. I haven't watched. There's a customs agent, Gibraltar customs agent, sitting in the car. I would even go, shot.
All right, goes straight. This is in the air. Now, is this going to carry? I don't think so. And it's taken by Pyatt. Well, straight down the ground. It's the big wicket of Edgela. And now it is Pyatt that catches his opposite number. And, well, Tarek, they're pumped in defence of this target as they pick up a key wicket now. Edgela goes for 1. It's 25 for 2.
He is absolutely pumped, isn't he, Avinash? That is exactly what he wanted to do for his team. That was a big, high ball coming right down at him and wasn't in the best shape, but he managed to tuck it into his body.
He had plenty of time to get there, but the thing is, you know, with this wind, it swirls round a bit. It was high. I mean, the artificial lights are just starting to take effect as we see the sun going down over the Western Grandstand. It was an important moment in the match, and Avinash was equal to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Got the chatter up and about as well for his team here, the Tarek 11. And just making sure he's marshalling his players in the field all to the right position. They've got a kind of backward point and a point, not really sure who should be where. They did have a slip in for a while there as well, which was always good to see.
Very attacking. It's a little bit high, I think. Squares him up, doesn't he? This is, this is Joe Marples who came up with that run out. It always does hit him in the marples. Yes, we have seen a bit of extra bounce at times. This one just surprises him. Anyway, he's well protected. Edged, and it evades the slip. In fact, it's going to be 4. Well, I had the man in there for it, but the edge was a bit too thick, and Marple's streaky one, but he gets off the mark with 4.
Yeah, just beaten with the, I think a bit of pace taken off that one as well, so he was through the shot a little bit too quickly, but shaping away from him as well, just a little bit. So a good piece of bowling. Definitely didn't deserve a boundary off it, but that's what has happened. Marple's off the mark.
So now they push the slip back into a short third man. There's something you have to be aware of. And a lot of these teams haven't played a lot of T10 cricket. You've got to make sure you bowl the overs in time. You risk the penalty runs. Full toss. On the leg side. So just be 1. That certainly is a sight to behold as the sun just setting over the Western Grandstand right now. And, one thing I love about working for the European Cricket Network is the new places we get to go, the new experiences, and this certainly is a special one, Joe.
Yeah, it certainly is. Never been to a place like it, Vinny.
Slow ball attempted, but it's down leg side. It'll be called a wide. And look, wides hurt the Giants in the first half of this game, didn't they? When you think that they gave away 20 runs in wides and a no ball, be a very different story if they're only chasing 90 here.
Yeah, the problem is there was only 4 deliveries that went astray there for them, and they gave away 20, all of them trickling to the boundary, but it's something you have to keep an eye on.
Oh, he's knocked him over. What a really good piece of bowling by Ofila. This one just moves away from a little bit. Rowbottom, who hit the big 6 in the last over, looked like maybe he was getting going, but it's a good piece of bowling by Adam Ofila. That beats him, and that's a key wicket. 31 for 3 after 4 overs. What
a great smile as well we get there from Ofila. He absolutely loved that, taking his first wicket here in Gibraltar. And he's bowling at cross seams as well. Managed to deceive the
kind of Yorks himself. Have a look at how he walks it, and he creates that Yorker really for himself, Rowbottom. And yeah, top of off. That is good stuff. And the whispers were from a lot of the playing group and the pundits here that the Giants were the ones to beat in this tournament. Well, we're having a shaky start here. That's 4 overs down, 31 for 3. And Tarek, certainly their key players have performed in this game, and they're well on top now, I think.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's not only that low run rate, 31 off 4 overs, but those 3 wickets already gone. That can just be so damaging as it gets towards these, what I believe are the most important overs in the innings, the 5th, the 6th and the 7th.
Yeah, middle overs. Well, Rico's a big fan of the 9th. He says it all happens in the 9th, but yeah, you think 5th, 6th, 7th, they're the building blocks, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it's where games are won and lost.
It's the heart of the innings, isn't it?
Yeah.
Your over starts. It's good pace. This is Michael Kelly. Slings that one outside the off stump. The Giants, it's not quite panic stations yet, but that rate's crept up towards 14 already. You'd have to say one or both of these batters are probably going to have to play out of their skin to get this innings back on track. Cut away nicely, but good fielding. And that's West. Batted very well. And he did what he had to do there. Wondering what the artificial turf would be like. Players are probably finding out for themselves here, but he certainly wasn't afraid to put his body on the line that time, John West.
It's quite a lush artificial turf. You mentioned the one at Crynout in the Netherlands. It's a little bit shorter than this here.
Yeah.
So not sure how bad it would be to roll around in.
Hatchman on strike now. Well bowled, well played. Just happy to take the one.
And I'll tell you what, with Hatchman, you said one of these players might need to play out of their skin to get it done. He's got a whole fan club that opens him. If you look on the YouTube chat, there's calls for Paddy. We want Paddy.
Well, that's Egan. Hello, Egan. Hope you're well. It's another Costa del Sol player.
Pad bag.
Yeah. Well, Paddy cuts. And field is pretty deep there at West, so they do take the one. Yeah, Egan, it's great to see you. I'm looking forward to seeing you. And Barracuda Bob saying come on, Pad bag. And it's great to have this kind of support. And we were expecting for a long time that ECL would be our first match of the year, but well, this certainly is a fitting occasion for it. Short and cut. There's right back on the circle there. Is Sukhjit Singh. That's just one. Yeah, so Iggy's in there. A lot of my good friends from Costa del Sol Cricket Club tuning in. And if you are planning to play in this tournament, or if you're in one of this, let us know who you're playing for. We'll look out for you later in the week. Beats him outside the off stump. Called a wide though. It's an interesting one to see again. He certainly looks fairly unimpressed.
Kelly looks somewhat aggrieved by that.
If it gets any of that sideline and it goes past, I mean it's maybe 1%.
Umpire's call.
The umpire's call. Maybe 1% of the ball got some of the chalk. That's better. Well, no need to go too wide if you bowl like that. That one beat him all ends up. And so Paddy doesn't get the better of that one. That's halfway through this reply. And the Giants in a bit of trouble. 35 for 3.
Yeah, that's great over by Michael Kelly as well. Only 4 runs off it. And that is doing exactly the kind of job his captain and teammates would be hoping from him. So a nice way to bring them into the second half of this innings. I think the Giants will be pretty happy that Joey Marples is still out there. And he seems to be a fairly established member of this unit. And that's quite a bit of intent as well. So it'll be good to see if he can really hold this down now. They are being strangled, the Giants.
Slow ball. Or fill up. He's going to bowl out. This one loses down the leg side. Like he did the last over with that slower one. Wide. 1 to the total. They certainly need everyone they can get at the moment, the Giants.
And Orfila really doing a job here as well. He's already picked up 2.
Full toss. Finds the fielder again. Made the hustle, but they'll get the 1.
Could have made extras.
Yeah. At the moment, one's probably not enough. Well, not probably. Certainly not enough at the moment, as it's 2.5 a ball required. There's only a few overs left in this one. You're going to maybe shoot for local. Oh, cool. Yep. And the ground. This one's going to beat the fielder. It's going to be 4. Really nice shot. And, well, Paddy's away. Gets his first boundary. I'm sure that'll impress his fan club in the chat. That was a sorely needed boundary by the Giants.
Yeah, it was a beautiful played shot though.
Yeah. So, because this is only the end of the first half of the thing. Yeah, so. Feel again. Well, he takes a bit of a chance, steps outside off, and the ball disappears over leg. Well, that's dropped in the cheap seats.
Burns.
Burns is having a shocker tonight. Can't even catch him in the crowd, but he'll be happy with the result. Maximo, a giant 6 for the Giants. That's just what they needed. Well, it was a high-risk, high-return strategy, but it paid off.
Yeah, you can hear the chant.
I was going to say, I'll just get it because he gets funny with me if I don't check. And then I think it'll be fine. But yeah. Down the ground. This will just be a single. Well, they need kind of 15 and over. You need a 6 and a 4 and an over. Something like 10 or 12 in boundaries and over to stay in the hunt at this stage. But certainly, I think we've seen that, particularly that Paddy is not afraid to go for his shots. So it could be still game on here. He gets funny with things sometimes if I don't check it. So I know now to check it first. Goes leg side again. No one in the circle on the leg side. And this will just be 1. So, well, you said 5-6 overs. Overs numbers 5, 6 and 7 are key. No doubt they are in this chase as the Giants aim to get themselves back in this match. Really nice to see the artificial lights taking effect now. The sun's popped away now. Slightly slower one again from Ulfila, who just concedes 1. And That's the end of a pretty good spell from him, picking up a couple of wickets. He finishes with 2 for 21, 6 overs down, and the 50 is up for the Giants. It's 50 for 3.
Yeah, and just having this similar...
Yeah, you can leave him with me, that's cool.
Similar pattern to what we saw in the Tariq innings, is just having that nice solid partnership in the middle of the order, just steadying the ship for them a little bit. They're only probably about 15, 20 runs behind what Tariq were at this stage.
Yeah, I mean...
And we saw Tariq put on 50 runs in 3 overs.
Kelly, it's not going to be easy to get away. Full straight. This will just be one. Well, I was going to say it's a big mountain to climb, but well, probably it's not a mountain that I'm keen to climb here. It's the Rock of Gibraltar, which is right behind us. It's over 400 metres tall. It is a big rock.
It's a big rock.
I've only heard it in expressions, but it is something quite amazing, isn't it? I mean, this is the rock end we're bowling from in this series. This has turned around the corner. This one will probably run away for 4. It's a good piece of timing, and it's going to go all the way. Marples, well, he had a bit of brilliance early in this game. This time, another sorely needed boundary for the Giants off the bat of Joseph Marples.
Yeah, nice piece of timing there, and just whipped it away behind the pads. Yeah, the rock end. So we've got the rock end here, Vinny, and is that the Morocco end?
Yeah, what kind of
the
is,
Morocco
isn't it?
and Morocco.
It's the Africa end. It's weird because you've got the Spanish peninsula on the other side of that water. Oh, this could be a no ball. It will be, and this is just what they need to get back. And now, well, it's been fielded. There is total confusion between the batters there. I thought for a minute it had gotten past and gone for 4, but one thing's for sure, it will be a no ball for height, and this will be a free hit coming up.
Yeah, that one just coming out wrong by Kelly, and might have been going for...
Yeah, look, he didn't know where it had gone. I thought it had gone to the boundary first up. It was a good piece of fielding, but it will be a free hit. Jumps across, doesn't quite get it.
Well bowled.
Well, they get out of jail there, don't they, Tariq? Because that could have been a big moment in the match. If that was a boundary off a no ball with a free hit to come, yeah, it's just the kind of thing you need to spark something, isn't it? But as it is, he dodges the bullet. He's only conceded 11 off 1.5 overs, Kelly.
Yeah, we must be getting near the point of no return here, Vinny. Heading towards 16 runs required per over.
What do you think the point of no return is here? Probably, it depends who's in.
It's hard to say, isn't it?
I think, yeah, something between that 16 and 18. It's hard to see it coming back. Although we have seen some big overs tonight, haven't we? And you take someone like Hatchman, he gets hold of a couple. You can hit him in multiples. That'll help as well. Wide down leg side, so extras just a thorn in the side of the teams tonight. Now he's going to go around the wicket, Michael Kelly, and change that angle.
Yeah, it'll be interesting with him going around the wicket what he tries to deliver here. He's been really attacking the stumps and just drifting too far down leg, but we have seen quite a bit of bounce on this pitch so far. It'll be interesting to see if he tries to entice the drive.
Nice looking shot, but he's going to pick the fielder out there, and that is Manav Nayak, who I think we might see bowl. I'd be surprised if we didn't bowl. We're already getting into, well, next over will be the 8th, so if he's going to bowl his 2, he's going to have to bowl next. Yeah. He's a really clever bowler. He's a guy that can bowl both off spin and leg spin. He's a gun fielder. Hasn't had too much of the ball tonight. You saw him handling that one easily enough. Had it deep mid wicket. Marples on strike. Down leg side, called wide again. These will all help. Kelly just trying to get out of this over without conceding a boundary, I think, and then he's done his job. First ever ECN match in Gibraltar. And that's a better line from Kelly outside the off stump. Swing and a miss from Marples, and you can't afford too many dot balls now, as 52 runs are required, and just to tick over 3 overs.
Yeah, it was a better line, better length as well. Really just making the batter's eyes light up, but angling it away from him. Good bowling by Kelly there.
In the air, and this one should be taken. Well, they can raffle it. Ow, well, that one eats him up, and I think it's just missed everything, fortunately, for the fielder. There's a little bit of confusion between the fielders. It was Ainsworth that ended up taking it. It was kind of between him and Sukhjit Singh, who was an extra cover, and he just ran under it too far. And luckily, that avoids the upstairs region, at the end of the 7th over. The score is 61 for 3.
Yeah, we can see there the worm just briefly appearing on the screen that it is going to take something pretty special from here. That run rate is reaching the realms of ever more and more difficult as we see your call coming to fruition here, Vinny.
Yeah, I thought we might see
Money.
Money bowling. He's a clever little customer, but I say he's the sort of guy that they're going to have to take risk against him. And, you know, let's see if he tosses a few up or whether he bowls a bit more defensively. That rate's now up at 17 and over, so it's now and ever for the Giants.
We're going to see leggies here.
First one's a leggy. He can actually bowl both. That makes him quite a special bowler. Does this the hard way as well. It's like West at backward point. Yeah, so, you know, he can
stack the offside. He's got point out on the deep as well.
Yeah, got five on the offside. So it does seem like predominantly that's where he's going to try and put them. Leg spinner came out well first ball. Another leggy, but this is short and it's going to disappear. Abracadabra, Maximo! Paddy goes large. Just what they needed. 6 runs and the Giants stay alive. Just the length, wasn't it? It was the ball that was dragged down. Now, I know that you're looking around the ground, Joe. It's because Luke in the chat has asked how many floodlights are there at this lovely venue. Well, it's hard to say because one side there's big towers and the other side there's little towers.
Yeah, there's 12 little ones and 4 big ones.
Oh, he goes again. Now, this one is a chance for Kelly, and he spills it, and he cannot believe it. He made good ground to come into the circle. In the end, they'll scramble back for a second. And that was a chance to put the lights out for Paddy, but he survives and he gets another 2 runs.
Oh, he's terribly disappointed with that. Michael Kelly got to it, just seemed to slip through the mittens and maybe affected him a little bit on the way down.
Tossed up and stumped. This is really good bowling from Nike. He tossed it up and there was genuine spin there, side spin that took it past the outside edge of the bat of Hatchman. So Paddy's got to go. And it's one of Nyack, predictably, comes up with the goods.
Well, that might be the hatchet in the cause of the Giants there.
Side on, please. And see there, he just lured him into the stroke. It was a slight fumble behind the stumps from Danny Guest. You'll see this one here.
Just playing all around it, not getting the foot to where it needed to go.
Yeah, but it was just beaten by the turn there. It really did come off the surface. And, well, Paddy's a very popular player, and he did up with a useful contribution of 23 off 12, but he leaves his team with a lot more work to do. Still 42 required from 14 balls. It's Orton that comes to the crease at number 6. One of Nyack, first wicket of the series. No, it's not going to be his last. He beats Orton outside the off stump. Yeah, he's a class act for a player so young. Obviously comes from a good pedigree because his father Samir is a very talented cricketer. Orton, you know, he's just probably just trying to whack this. Oh, gets the one he wants, but he misses out. And now we could have a run out here. Oh, I think that's gone. It's very, very close. And we'll probably see this from front on, but I think that's that he's beaten him here. We'll probably have to see this from that camera 1. Let's slow it down as much as possible, please. You see here, it was quick work, wasn't it, by Guest. He picks it up one-handed, and here, yeah, I mean, that's out. And we'll try and get that a bit slower. That's camera 1, please. And, yeah, I think he's on his way. He's been given the message, and he's got to go. And it was very quick work as well. And Manav Nayak, he's a class fielder, like I said. He got in position very quickly to take the throw, breaks the stumps, and now the Giants, you feel like they really are falling off the pace now as Orton goes, and it's 70 for 5.
And this is like, it might be Jack Horrocks coming out, is it?
Yeah, I think so. It is Horrocks coming out, and one thing you would say, you need a big over. This is the kind of ground where you can do it because you can hit 6s in multiples, I think. But
well, what we can expect is that we'll see another over from Munna.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting they've used him at the end of the innings. I thought maybe they might use him in the middle, but I think what they thought is we've got some good spinners up front. We've got Avinash Pai, we've got Samir Nayak as well. And I think Avinash Pai's only bowled the 1 over, so I think that he'll probably bowl the night. And this was actually what Costa del Sol did really well in the Spanish Championship weekend, is they weren't afraid to attack with multiple spinners. I think they just found that the spinners were more effective, and so they would often play four or even 5 spinners. You'd have 8 or 10 overs.
It's really playing to your strengths, isn't it?
Who'd be a seam bowler though these days? This is the offie, and it's cracked away for 1, and it is Pai actually, because that was the end of the over. So 70 for 5 becomes 71 for 5, and you just shows you as well. That's clever captaincy from Pai. The players that have played this format as well have a bit of an advantage, even not just the skills but also the strategy. From Marples. Again, he's just kind of deer in the headlights there. Couldn't get it away. It looks like Tariq are headed for a victory, but one thing's for sure, really looking forward to seeing these two teams going at it again in the second match of this double header. Tossed up, he goes for it, doesn't quite get it. It's a catching chance, and it is taken. Samir Nayak takes the catch. Very short pair of hands, like father, like son. Well, they're raffling it there. And Dad said, don't forget who's the boss. And he said, get out of my way, son. Yeah. I've got this one covered. And you say the Giants, they are going down, but they're going down swinging. It's 71 for 6.
Yeah, and that was the thing there, is that he had to get going indeed. Because being stuck on 16 off 17, was he? It was just getting really bogged down.
Finishes 16 off 16. He did hit a couple of boundaries. I do think it's not an easy thing to come out and, after not batting in a game situation for a while, to play your shots. Some players are more adept at doing it than others. It does give us a chance to see Sam Houghton, who I thought we might see even in the top 3 or 4, or maybe opening, and he's coming in at number 8. And he's played previously in ECN for Sir Oliver Split in Croatia.
Good wicket for Pai there as well.
Yeah, Pai.
Have his name on the board.
Yes, it's great to see him back as well, because it was a really nasty injury that he copped last time we saw him on ECN. Quicker one, Houghton. Well, he actually strikes this pretty well. I think it's 2 here. They don't. Caution is the better part of valor as Houghton gets off the mark. Now it's just a case, I think, of getting as many as you can in this last over and a couple of balls, bring some respectability to the scoreline, but also things like net run rate are important, because remember, it's a straight 3 versus 4, 1 versus 2 in the finals here in Gibraltar. Horrocks just takes 1. Yeah, so they'll play each other, and then just the top 2 teams in the table, they are automatically qualified for the final. So that's what all these teams are going to be hoping for.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Having the double header format, it will be great. Having had a sighter that they can come up against each other again.
No full toss. This is just 1. Houghton, who will retain the strike. 9 overs down. The Giants are 74 for 6.
So there you go. The penultimate over. Rico's favourite has passed us by. Yeah, it's really going to be a task too large for any realms of possibility, but
yeah,
it's just goes to show a couple of Giants coming into this probably as people's favourites. Yeah, maybe expectation. You can't really say favourites.
It's very hard to say, but I mean,
don't have a form line, but
that's T10 cricket for you. Yeah. And look, I think what we're seeing here, Tariq, they're a dangerous team. When I look at their bowling, I know they've got 3 spinners that we saw in the Costa del Sol side in the Spanish Championship weekend last year in Samir Nayak, Avinash Pai and Manav Nayak, and then they've got 2 very good seam bowlers in Orfila and Kelly. Yep. So I mean, there's your 5 bowlers.
You like that Orfila fielding here at long off?
Who, I think they're not going to give you too much for free. That's what I think. As Marnie's going to bowl last over, a little bit short, pulled away, but they do have that boundary well protected, just the single. And I said originally, didn't I? I thought that 90, something like that, would be a pretty good score. They ended up, probably because of that mid-innings burst, Tariq, posting a fair few more than that, despite being pinned back at the end. You see that the Giants probably heading for something in the 80s at this stage, as this is cut away. Yeah, I just think it's going to be a great entertainment. What a bonus as well. I mean, for a bit of time next week, you'll have 5 ECL matches and then 2 night matches. That's 7 matches a day on ECN. 14 hours of cricket a day.
Yeah, book your holidays, folks.
Oh, this one really tosses it up, but judges it well. That's well fielded out there. That's Pai, who's deputising for Manav Nayak on the deep mid-wicket boundary. That one just shows you he changes his pace and length very cleverly. You thought off the bat, when he let go of that was going to be a shoulder-high full toss, but it really dipped and deceived the batter as well, I think. Looking forward to the second match. And this is in the air, but he hasn't quite got it. It's a long chase for the fielder, and in the end, Orfila went out with the 1 mitt. It didn't stick. Houghton survives and gets a double.
Yeah, great piece of variation from this young bowler, just showing that he's got what it wears. A couple of balls ago, he bowled a bit of a wrong one as well. He's got a few tricks.
Does. That's a quicker one. And just played out for 1. And probably the end of Houghton's contribution. 8 not out. I think Houghton's a guy they'd be wise to get up there a little bit because he has played this format. He had to carry the batting, I think, for the most part in that series in Croatia. You saw him batting in the top 3 or 4. Last ball of match 1. Goes for it. And I think they'll be happy just to take the single here. Horrocks finishes with 4 not out. And of course, it's not ECN without something extra. that's just the extra one. So he'll finish on 5 not out, Horrocks, who certainly didn't disgrace himself in this opener. And that's the end of the first game of what I'm sure will be many, many more on ECN in 2022. The final score in this one, Tarik are the winners. It's Tarik 111, Kalpe Giants 83. Congratulations to all the players, and don't forget we will be back for the next game. It starts in around about 45 minutes from now. It'll be the same teams taking part. Certainly hope you can join us for that. In the meantime, you can leave your comments in the chat and let us know if you have any questions with regards to European cricket or maybe the ECL or Gibraltar cricket in general or this venue. And we would love for you to get involved. And is one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN is you can interact with us on the broadcast. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. The 112 was always going to be a tough chase, wasn't it, for the Giants? But they had promising signs earlier on. But I think it was just the spinners that tangled up their top order and made it tough. And Burns, well, he had a point to prove, didn't he? But he just wasn't able to get firing in this one. But for sure, we're going to see an interesting contest in the second half of this doubleheader.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Lorne Burns is a player that we'll see really develop as we see that he just fell prey to the wily ways of Samir Nayak there. And was given out LBW. A little bit contentious, may have been drifting down leg, but doesn't matter. The umpire saw it clear as day. There was a stout bit of resistance. The Hatchman came in, and together with Horton, they started to build Scotty Rowbottom, and some nice attempts at trying to chase down this sizable total, but that was a clear moment in the match. The skipper of Tarik managed to hang on to one, and wasn't he absolutely pumped? From there on, it was just all a bit too much for the Giants. They were on the back foot, and then Orfila came on and managed to pick up 2 wickets of his own with some nice seam bowling as well. Can have a look at that one again, just the top of off, absolutely beautiful. Give each other the pandemic.
He's a bit of a character. He's a bit of a character as well, Adam Orfila. Hey, you know the pandemic celebrations they're catching. I was watching a fair bit of Big Bash, and they had the same kind of rules: no touching, no foot fives they were doing. It's that one Burns was in the firing line of that one, and this is the moment in the game where Hatchman, Paddy, is trying to hit them back into the contest. He certainly did his best, and I'll tell you what, he's down there in a flash, wasn't he, to get high-fived. That was Marples. He's making quick work, and a couple went down, but I think for the most part it was a pretty solid effort. And yet, this is Manav Nayak, who he's a really, really talented player. I can see him going places. Isn't it great that a young player like that has this platform to gain this kind of experience and test his skills in front of a global audience? He certainly was impressive. And the Giants ended up just falling just 28 short. So it was all about the first innings, I think, how Tarik, in particular Samir Nayak, who I think finishes with the player of the match, deservedly so for his quick-fire 23, and then the way he opened the bowling, 1 for 17 of his 2 overs. But
Yeah, this catch as well, I think. There we go, another contribution.
yeah, so it's a well-deserved honour, and it was a nice little moment between father and son, wasn't it, as well? And Money will be very, very happy with that. And Phila, well, this would have been a great story if this one had stuck, but in the end they had done enough, and they come out winners 111 to 83. So join us when we return in around about 35 minutes. We will be back, and we will have more cricket for you tonight on the first day of action in the ECN season. Well, pair of 11s at the top of the order from Burns and Rowbottom. Apart from that, Hatchman was the top scorer, 23, before he was undone by a clever piece of bowling by Manav Nayak. Marple's also contributing 16 to the total. Houghton, well, he's one I think they might want to think about getting a little bit higher up the order. He finished 8 not out. And look, the other thing was only 8 extras, 7 wides and no ball, compared to that to the 21 in the first innings. Was pretty influential as well. Pretty solid by the bowlers. They used 6 overs of spin in their 10 overs. And did Tariq and the best of the bowlers there. Avinash Pai 1 for 12, but really all of them were pretty effective in keeping things quiet. So, Joe, we're going to have maybe a little cuppa or something. We will be back in around about 35 minutes. And like I say, you can feel free to leave us a comment or a question in the YouTube chat until then. But, Joe, we will see you shortly for more cricket. And the lights will be taking effect in the second half of this double header.
Can't wait. Ciao for now.
Yeah, it'll be great. See you shortly. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 Gibraltar. Vinny Sander here, Ms. Maximo. We'll be back with Joe shortly for more cricket action.
And welcome back, folks. So here we are with live cricketing action here in the second match. After the first over, we've got one delivery left. The score is 10-0. And just facing a few technical difficulties. I was giving the best 10 minutes of commentary of my entire life when I realised that only Vinny Sando sitting next to me was listening. But that'll stay between he and I. It's Polagella now coming in to finish his over. He managed to concede a few boundaries, but kept it pretty tight at the end there with a nice away swinging delivery. And at the end of the first over, the score for Tariq is 11. And back in the commentary, well, I want to say box, but we're actually out in the open. It's quite a lovely clear night. We're in the commentary shade of the great rock of Gibraltar. Vinny Sando, how are you?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. It's great to be back, and looking forward to the rematch. But I tell you what, it's not much of a rematch because 9 changes for the Giants. And look, they were telling me at the halftime break today that they were just keen to expose as many people to the experience as possible, which you can certainly see the thinking behind it, but it's also a bit risky when you think that each of these teams will only play 8 preliminary matches. They've already dropped a match, and obviously only the top 2 make the final. So it looks like we'll get to see Lee Rimmer, who we did see for Costa del Sol last year. He'll be bowling the second over.
So it comes in with some off spin, gets the top edge as well. Big cross-batted swipe at it. Gets the top edge and it trickles down to the boundary. So they're picking up boundaries, not always so convincingly, Tariq, but doing the job nonetheless. It's Daniel Guest out there.
Yeah, Danny Guest.
He's been joined by Mark Gowes. He's raced away to 13 now.
Yeah, a bit of luck, but you need a bit of luck, don't you, in this format of the game. Goes off to a flyer.
This one trying to give it a bit more drift, but just turns into a full toss and nicely fielded there. The man at square leg running around and collecting it on the slide. One more run to the total. So we're just ruminating on this beautiful complex, the Europa Sports Complex, as Rimmer comes in. And he's got the big skied chance going down to third man, but third man cannot get to it, and that's another boundary in much the same fashion. That's where their scoring zone is at the moment, behind the stumps.
That's the reverse feet, isn't it? He's certainly trying to slog this one away over mid-wicket. And yeah, you see, always interesting to see exactly how the ball reacts off this surface, but I think the outfield's been excellent. And of course, you don't need to the outfield if you go over the top of it. Rimmer, no luck so far. The comeback ball now.
Well, that's too full, and it's just been spanked away through the mid-wicket region once, twice, and then beautifully hit back. Well, that's the one way to get your eye in before you come into bat. That's Jonathan West out there.
He hit him well in the first game, Westy, didn't he?
Yeah.
And this is one way to return the ball. I don't know if we got that on camera too as it went away, but firstly the shot, well, it was a gift, and it was cashed in, wasn't it, by Guest? Being my guest. That one was whacked away. So score up now to 24.
So this one a better length at that time from Rimmer, just dropping in a bit short and played with admirable respect by Daniel Guest.
So what do you think was par score here? I'm starting to make these calculations.
Oh, he's taken it, yes, he's enticed the drive, and that's popped up to extra cover and been taken very easily there. Well, a little bit of a sore hand. It looks like David Robeson.
Yeah, Dave Robson takes a very good catch. I mean, Robeson was fairly close to the bat.
Flew off it, didn't it?
And he took it
Snap
clean,
of it.
clean as a whistle. So Robeson with the catch, and that is the first wicket. Breaks a promising opening partnership, but it ends with the wicket of Daniel Guest for 8. It's 24 for 1 after 2 overs.
And of course, a big hello to everybody out there on FanCode in India, and of course to all of those of you who are watching on YouTube and in the YouTube chat. Big hello to some usual suspects. We've got Sam Williams, Kuldeep Lal as well. Good to see you in there. And then of course Kitty Hunley, one of our favourites. Always enjoying cricket from afar. As Edgella comes in to complete his spell, and that one's not got a wide, so he's moving away from the bat.
The camera one, please.
Umpire deems it to be within the terms of limitation.
So, one thing that Egan told us in the chat when we went up to date on this, because it was just today, but Lee Rimmer scored 100 this morning for Costa del Sol, and of course he's playing for the Calpe Giants, and for Turek, playing for Turek, Mark Gowes for Costa del Sol scored 63. And they had a big partnership today, but they're on opposite sides tonight as the next ball dug out was a Yorker. Certainly recent form is good form. You can't get much more recent than today.
Yeah, that's a big Sunday of cricket, isn't it? Just pop off to Spain, pile on a century partnership, and come back to Gibraltar and play against each other.
Say a big hello as well. You might have already said hello to Sam, as well as Kitty and Keanu, who's joining us.
So this one is not as full as the previous, but just taken off the pads. Down to mid-wicket, fielded, and no run added.
Just looking at the Turek side, a couple of changes there. Suresh Nalakurthi comes in to the 11. It's a fairly settled lineup for them. Gales, of course, he's a big in for them.
So this one's short and down the leg side from Edgella, and called as such by the umpire. This is how far you have to stand apart in a pandemic, he says. And that's a wide. Yeah, it's just fascinating being here, Vinny. This Europa Sports Complex is just blowing my mind. We've got these great big floodlights. There's 12 kind of medium-sized ones and 4 huge ones.
Yeah, balance out though, don't they?
And as that one's short and wide again, and we'll have to repeat that. And as you can see on the screen, it's just with this this turf is, for those of you who are just joining us, completely artificial. The entire thing is artificial turf.
Yeah.
Hasn't been using up the water supply of Gibraltar at all for that lush green verdancy you can see on the screen. As Edgella comes in to bowl his 4th delivery of his 2nd over, and it's driven straight down the ground. That's a beautiful shot. He's just picked up that line and length absolutely magnificently, driven it straight as a die, and that is 4 runs to the total.
Shot of a guy in form, isn't it? And maybe slightly overpitched by Edgella. But there was nothing sloggy about that shot from Gales, who whacks him straight back down the ground. Classical cricket shot, still in the power plays. Only 2 outfielders protecting the boundaries. Edgella, I think he's going to bang this one in.
I think he goes for the fuller one again, and that is driven in much the same fashion, but a little bit squarer, and finds a fielder at mid-off.
I just said that because earlier he had some success with the short ball, didn't he, Edgella, in the first match today. It's a risky proposition. The field is pretty true. The feedback I've had about the pitch, because it hasn't been used so much, or at all really in an organised game, but it is a little bit slow, kind of tennis ball kind of bounce. Last ball of the over.
They think they heard something, catch the scribe, but the umpire says, no, that's a wide.
Yeah, so they said, take a bit of turn, but when the ball pitches, it kind of takes a little bit of the energy out of it, so it doesn't necessarily come onto the bat. You have to be careful about lunging onto the front foot and not quite getting your timing right. So I think back foot players will like these conditions. Here is the last ball of the power play.
And that's driven beautifully square of the wicket, but only as far as the sweeper down there. Yeah, it's a bit of one of those ones that you have to get accustomed to if you do grow up playing on the front foot on fast pitches, just to be able to wait for it a little bit. So the end of the 3rd over, 33 for 1 is the score.
Yeah, 33 at the power play. Decent power play for Turek, who scored 112.
It's about the same.
Yeah, on that 11 and over kind of pace at the moment. Hello to Kuldeep Lal, who's in the chat. Spanish representative. Kuldeep, I hope you're well. Happy new cricket year to you. And I think I mentioned Egan and Keanu. If you have any questions about the venue or where we are, now what you can't see at night so much, although there are some lights at the top, is that behind us is the actual Rock of Gibraltar. So it is huge, over 400 metres high. The whole of Gibraltar, it's only about 5 or 6 kilometres long. It's not a big area at all. This is a regulation first ball of a spell. And it's Clenahan. I think it might be something to do with the number 12 shirt, because that was causing a few problems earlier.
That almost went as high as the Rock of Gibraltar.
It did. Yeah. But, well, still got time to come back.
So here he comes for his 2nd and first legitimate delivery, but it's not going to be that.
It was Lee Sims in the first game. He was wearing the number 12 shirt, and he bowled the first one, and as we'd say in Australia, fair dinkum, almost blew his big toe off, didn't it? But he came back and he took a wicket. And let's see if Clenahan can do something similar. He's bowling to John West.
Just can't quite get his line all length right that, but it seemed to seem back enough for the umpire.
Camera 1, please.
That it was legitimate enough to not be called a wide. That's what he says to the other batter. Yeah, sitting in the shadow of the famous rock of Gibraltar. And as you said, it's about 7 square kilometres, Gibraltar.
Yeah.
Something like that. And 35,000 people. I don't know where they all live. On the rock, I assume.
Oh, dear. Well, that's
Well,
no ball. I wonder if we get a warning for this. Because it was so high, it really wasn't going to put anyone in danger, except maybe the keeper. Let's have a look at this. Our camera just loses it for a second. That was actually a Pavel Florin special, just a bit faster,
Yeah, it was.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
And worst thing is the batter, that counts as a ball face. Ruins the strike rate. And this one will be...
That's not a replay.
now, well, this is where it's relevant if there's been a warning given. Nice bit of fielding down there to stop the boundary. This will be a no ball plus a bye.
It's interesting with the warnings because they can give a warning, they can give a... then it depends on... Yeah, well, then they're meant to come off if it happens again. How many warnings do you get if you haven't played cricket in 5 years? So
Yeah, well, I mean... Yeah, well, both clear cut, weren't they? And I think maybe he's just kind of rubbing the ball. I think the dew may be a factor.
it's been taken off.
He did, yeah. He's had to be replaced, and that is the rule. I mean, the judgment call comes down to if it's the kind of ball that's likely to create physical danger with its speed and direction. So it's very open to interpretation. But it might not be the worst thing for him to give the ball away if he's not gripping it that well. The over will be completed by Robeson.
Yeah, and this will, of course, count to Robeson's spell.
Yeah.
He does have 5 deliveries to put down.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And next one will be a free hit, of course. So it's not a great situation to come on and bowl when you can't even take a wicket with your first ball. But yeah, Tarek just getting something going, and Gow's like coming off a half century earlier today. And West, who looked pretty good in the first game to me as well. And West top scoring in the first match with 27 off 17 balls.
Yeah, they have a really nice looking lineup, Tarek, don't they? They, like you said, they've got some big name players, but it seemed like they all did their role in the previous match. And Gales, of course, was not part of that. But he's in there now, and he's already playing his part. 19 off 12. Batting a fair way out of his crease as well, which is good to see. It's been a bit of a trend of late. That one's short, and he's pulled it away through the mid wicket regions. Found the gap, found the rope. That's 4 more to his name, Gales. He is flying away.
Yeah, nice shot. And it just dragged down, wasn't it? Not an easy situation for any bowler to come in, but the result was a half tracker. Got the treatment from Gowes, who is motoring now. He's on 23.
And that one, a bit of a slow ball, took the pace off it somewhat.
I guess it gets called a wide, but it could have been worse, couldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, just pitched outside before the batter moved. And you can tell that it's not only the dew, but so we're sitting on the tip of this peninsula, and the sea comes flying across as well. As that one has been cut uppishly, one bounce to the fielder at point, and they scramble through for a single. There might be buzzers though. No, some good solid backing up. Yeah, there's a fierce wind that comes flying in off the Mediterranean, I suppose it is, and it picks up the sea, and you
literally picks up the sea.
You can feel little drops of it coming onto you.
Last night when we were checking out the venue and setting up a bit, you did feel a lot more. I think the wind was a bit heavier last night, stronger.
Yeah, I've been listening to the locals, and they reckon that we're going to be okay for the next 11 days. Of course, that's how long we're here for. 5 teams, 22 matches.
Kitty saying that's what she loves about ECN. We go to places that she'll never get to go to. Yeah. The sights and the history is incredible. It certainly is. I know you are a bit of an expert on, a bit of a history buff, Joe. I always love listening to some of the information you come up with. Well, this is something that's going on at the moment. They've turned off gravity, the Giants, and they're having trouble in this 4th over. It's another one. It's a third of the over that's over the waist. That one just gets away from Robeson. Free hit coming up.
Yeah, they need to rein this in pretty soon, the Giants, because Tarek, they have motored away, 46. The one is a rank 4 toss. He's hit it straight down to the man at long on, but he's not going to get there in time, so probably the best possible result for the Giants with that delivery.
It was a free hit, so it wasn't going to be out even if it was caught, but that one was borderline as well. Probably made just dropping at the crucial moment. Well, no forecast for rain, but some of this bowling might bring rain at the moment. It's going pretty high. Still can't get out of this over.
As that one is chopped down upon, trickles out to mid-wicket, and the bowler goes and fetches his own delivery. So that'll be the end of Robeson. He's only got to bowl 5, but that's because he had to take over from Clinahan, who was bringing in the haymakers.
Yeah, well, in the end, 15 off the over. Could have been a lot worse, is the feeling that I had. Took 2 bowlers to bowl it. Just a reminder that we have the ECL coming up next week. Brought to you by Bet2Ball. It is 6 weeks of T10 cricket action. These are the domestic champions of a whole bunch of countries. In fact, 29 countries will be represented at the second ever ECL. It all starts on Monday, the 7th of February. So it's a week tomorrow with 6 teams fighting it out in Group A. The group winners will all meet in the 6th and final championship week beginning on the 14th of March. So join us for more. You can check out EuropeanCricket.com. Here's Burns with his leg spin. He's had troubles with his line today. Just when he's been over the wicket, he's lost a lot down the leg side, and he starts with one down there. Now let's see how he goes. Sure, certainly won't be easy gripping the ball in these conditions.
No, you're absolutely right. He's definitely got his field set for the catches on the offside. Just needs to get his line right, but once again, that one just trickling down the leg and evades the keeper.
Oh, well done.
Nice piece of work there.
That's Blake. And
Blake out, yeah.
Yeah, that was a really, really good piece of fielding. And that would have been the 3rd set of 5 winds that Burns would have given up. So he'll be thankful to Scott Blake for that bit of fielding.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it will be 3 free runs to Tarek, who are motoring. 50's up now, just after 24 legal deliveries.
Yeah, dances down to the pitch to a ball that he probably could have just sat back and played square of the wicket. Bit of premeditative footwork there from West. Looking to hit to the west, that's for sure. This one, he drifts that up and it's a better line, just driven along the carpet. So he'll pick up a pretty easy single there to his name, West.
Comment from Sean van Wijngaard in the chat, who's planning to emigrate to the Netherlands shortly. He's looking into getting involved in European cricket. Well, there's plenty of options, aren't there, in the Netherlands? I know that's where you play your cricket, Joe. So, don't know where you're coming from, Sean, but if you do make it to Europe, I'm sure we'd love for you to get involved.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities there in the low countries for you, Sean. Don't worry about that, especially with a name like that, Van Wijngaard.
Yeah. Walk straight in.
Yeah, walk straight in. And yeah, wherever you end up, there will be cricket clubs. There's just such a rich history of cricket, not only in the low countries, but all around Europe. And we're really, is that one he beats the
side up, please.
Bit of drift, plays all around it, but unfortunately the wicketkeeper could not quite complete the work.
Yeah, it's one that had a tendencies to snatch at those.
Yeah, and this once again, it's got to rock back and wait for it a bit more. Follow it with your eyes and your gloves. And so good by Burns. He's doing what he wants to do here.
It's been better from around the wicket, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That one, he's picked it up. Well, that one, get it a QR code. It's gone travelling. That is a big 6. Picked that right up off a length and just deposited over the mid-wicket boundary. Gowes, he has made half a century today already in another match in another country, but he's come here to do it all again. He's on 31 off 19.
Yeah, Burns the Burns victim tonight, isn't he? Because his bowling's been scorched, and he's a very talented leg spinner, but it's just not happening for him. That sums it up, isn't it? Because he almost had the wicket earlier in the over. Couldn't complete the opportunity, and then he gets punished. Gowes coming on off a good innings this morning, and he's continuing.
That's a better ball, but it's been hit even more square than the previous one. Gowes seemed a bit top edgy to me, but he got enough on it that it just flew past any fielder's hands, found the rope. That's another 4 to his name.
Yeah, nice shot. It is against the spin, but it's kind of sometimes an easier shot when you're sweeping. because the ball's kind of turning into the bat, if that makes sense. It's kind of comes from outside leg and kind of intercepts the bat. Yeah. So anyway, that's the end of Burns over. Ends up going for 18. Score at the halfway point. Tarek, 66 for 1.
Yeah, they'll be super happy with this, Tarek. Having made a real statement in the previous match, putting on that 111, and they're already well on track to surpass that now. So it's going to be Gareth Bunday. He's coming in for Bunday Sunday here at the Europa Sports Complex. Left arm by the looks of it. Coming around the wicket. And that one was a slow ball. It was short and it was just paddled around the corner. And Gals picks up, and West it is, picks up another one.
Yeah, and West has been kind of playing second fiddle at the moment, but he would, like I say, he top scored in the first game today. I say hello to Lee Tuck, who's watching from Malta. Hello, Lee. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good 2022 so far.
And just that one, once again, playing across the line, but getting enough on it to be able to run another single.
And actually, last game we did was in Malta, and Lee was there. He's saying good luck to all Jibs. Enjoy the experience and welcome to the ECS family. Well, you know, it's great to have another country that ECN's visited, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what I need to tick off my list. Someone's asked me today. Is there any I haven't been to? Well, not many now.
And that one pops up on him a little bit and just, extracted a little bit of extra bounce out of that and got the top edge.
Bit of chat about David Jacobs, the keeper, 57 years old. Certainly not going to bag him too much. We said in the chat, he's got a lot of support there.
As West comes down the track to that one, ends up playing it over it and just driving it to point.
Yeah, he's done well to bring it back here, Bunday, hasn't he? After it's been a disastrous couple of overs, 15 and 18 off the last 2 overs before this.
That one is just too wide, but Butter gets to it and he's scrambling through the quick single. Phil decided he wasn't even going to try.
Well, if he missed, they're probably going to give away an overthrow. So
Yeah.
he just decided, that's Robeson there. He decided, I'm just going to hold on to it, concede the one.
Yeah, he's doing very well here, Bunday. Oh, and he's just managed to beat the bat there, but once again, Jacobs unable to just take it quite clean enough to threaten the batter. And that is the end of the 6 over. That's the end of Bunday's first. He only went for 3 in the end.
Great over.
2 it was. And yeah, that's exactly what they need. Those 6 middle overs. If you can get 1 or 2 of your first change bowlers to just pin it up for 1 over, 2 overs,
Yeah.
can make all the difference.
Just 2 in the leg by off the over. So taking through the innings so far, we've had overs of 11, 13, 9, then 15, 18 and 3. So it's just what they needed because Tarek were really flying, weren't they? And look, they haven't gone back to Burns straight away. Instead, they're going to go for another option, Scott Blake. And remember, this is a Giants team that have made no less than 9 changes from the first game.
Scott Blake puts that in a good line, but it's a bit too full. It's been driven down the ground and well stopped with one hand as he's falling over. That was terrific, and he gets the applause from his teammates.
This would have been out. I mean, this is great bit of fielding. He didn't get the middle of the hand on the ball, but I think this artificial surface, it doesn't really roll past him. But have a look at this. They decided to take on the 2, and it was a powerful arm, wasn't it, from Rimmer? And it would have been out. Instead, it's 2.
From Scotty Blake, just seaming back in to the batter as well. Couldn't get much more onto it than just the bottom edge, so it comes off his body. No run added.
A lot more hellos in the chat. Mohammed Hussain from Cyprus. Hello, Mohammed. Hope you're well. Says all the best to ECN for year 2022. Well done to Cricket Gibraltar. Amazing facility. Well, it is. And I've got another question about that in a second. As Blake goes full, there's 3 men protecting that lakeside boundaries. Angela, the captain, does the fielding, just 1. And Keanu, actually, it was Lee that was asking, it's a multi-sport venue, how do they cover the pitch when they play rugby? But you know, this actually is just off the rugby field. So what you see on the right of your screen there, that is the left touchline of the rugby field. So it's just off the field of rugby.
And that one's been driven upishly. It's in the air. There's 2 fielders coming around. It takes a leg spin break over their shoulder. Lee Rimmer there.
It's just 1, but that's a wrong one. Rimmer's had to negotiate. But you see, once again, if it bounces high, it doesn't really roll that quickly.
No,
so
it kind of plugs up, and there's a big spurt of sand that shoots in the air.
It's like rubber, actually. It's a strange kind of granules that come out.
That one fuller on the stumps and just dragged away on the onside. They'll run through for one more.
Yeah, so often what we saw certainly last night was they had football practice going on the left of the pitch, as you see it, on the left of the field, as you see it on your screen. And then those permanent lines there on the right are for the rugby. So that's why the cricket pitch kind of sits in the middle very nicely.
Yeah, there's this one from Blake. Hit right down to Lee Rimmer's throat, and he's not going to let that one pass him. That is a well-taken catch down there at long off. And that is the end of West. He has tried to find the boundary, but only found the waiting hands of Lee Rimmer. And Scotty Blake picks up his first wicket.
Yeah, and he's just trying to keep it simple, hasn't he? It was a bit of a challenge length. He went up and under, but he couldn't quite get the elevation to get over Rimmer, who certainly has been in the hot spot here. But it is the end of West. No luck in this innings for him. He goes for 8 off 16 balls. And the score is 75 for 2.
Yeah, just on this stadium, it's there's a lot of good history here. It actually was originally a cricket pitch for the Ministry of Defence here in Gibraltar, but has since become this multi-complex. And you can join in on the live chat, of course, European Cricket Network on YouTube. You can get chatting to us, but there's been some big things happening here. There was a heavyweight title match, heavyweight boxing match here last year.
Well, they brought back Bunday. Makes sense. And he only went for a couple in his first over, but he's going to go for a boundary off the first ball of his second. And he doesn't get away with his full toss. Outside leg stump. And Gals moves into range of a half century. He moves to 45, and the score's up to 79 now in the 8th over.
Yep. Alexander Pavetkin and Dillian White fought it out here. The battle on the rock, or the rumble on the rock.
Love it.
Last year. And during COVID, it was also a field hospital for COVID victims.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was the
It really is a multi-purpose facility, isn't it?
Multi-purpose facility, yeah.
I mean, this facility in this form only completed about 3 or 4 years ago.
So that one is short and gets top edge. There's a man there, but he's going to have to be about 3 metres taller because that has sailed over his head. Up, up, up and away. That is a big 6 for Tarek. So coming out to join in the party.
Yeah, Bunday's night has changed quickly, and that was a really well picked up, and that takes Gals to his 50 off 26 balls.
He's had a good day.
Certainly has. 2.5 centuries in one day's play. Can't often say you've done that. He'll get one here as Burns cleans up down the ground. Yeah, so before that, before this facility was built, you see everything around, and the grandstand will bring you more pictures as this series goes on, but it was just a cricket field with the artificial pitch, and it was just a kind of sandy gravel field. There was no grass on it at all. So I had know someone that I played with that had played a game here before, and they said, it's completely kind of gravel, that kind of sandy gravel. It really was like playing cricket on a rock.
That one's a full toss, and he's driven that straight down the ground. That has gone all the way over everyone's head, over the rope. That is 6 more runs.
Yeah, Maximo time. And Samir Nayak, who came in and made an immediate impact in the first game, and he hits his first ball for 6. He's not having a side-up, but that was a gift. And Bunday, after being so tight in his first over, he's getting the treatment in his second.
Yeah, he drags that one down a little bit more and cannot quite get the top edge from the bat. So one more single added to the total. Yeah, Bunday, he's got one delivery left, and he'll definitely be wanting to look more at the figures of one over than the other. So that one is foolish, been driven down the ground again, but well stopped there. That was a nice piece of work by Lorne Burns.
Burns cleans up, and that's the end of the 8th over. And the score is 94 for 2. Well, I mean, with these two at the crease, you'd expect that they could get a couple of really big overs.
Yeah.
But I mean, even if they get kind of 2 a ball, takes them to 118. That's chaseable if you bat well, and I think for sure that the Giants will be disappointed about how they batted in the first game, and Edgela missing out, for example. Burns, who's a very capable bat, also couldn't really get going. So they've got Rimmer in the side. He's a big in for them. I'm looking forward to seeing how they go about this chase.
Yeah, we're about to see another young bowler, Harry Scott, coming into the attack now, and it's also such an important role to play the penultimate over, and unfortunately just getting it wrong from First delivery.
I'll be curious to see how the Giants handle the spin attack, the kind of spin trio that Charek will throw at them. That one, this is going to be a no ball actually, because it's off the, I was going to say off the artificial surface, but it just hit another artificial surface. This will be a free hit though. Coming up for Gals is on 53.
Oh, that one digging it in short, and Gal's just slapping it away, not getting a hold of it too much though. And just pick up one more run.
Yeah, Mohammed Hussein saying that him and his elder son watching the game live on 2 different devices in the same bed. So he's meant to be going to bed, Mohammed Hussein's son, but it's a special occasion. You can stay up late to watch the first night of the ECN season. I think that's fair.
Just once again, that line just going fairly astray there. You can hear the yells of encouragement coming from the Giants fielders. Scotty Blake, or Harry Scott, excuse me. He's only bowled one legitimate delivery thus far.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you would say is trying to keep it outside the off stump, so I think that's smart.
Yeah.
Occasionally you'll push it too far.
And just too short once again. It's not no wide though.
Get away with that one.
Yeah,
get away.
Very important dot ball.
He's
well bowled in the end.
He's given the umpire a high tolerance level because of the first couple that were very wide. I think he said, that one's close enough. So, Iggy supporting Harry in the chat. See if we can get a wicket for you.
And that one, he's hit that officially. There's a sweeper coming around, but he's not going to get there. And that is going to trickle over the boundary. So, unfortunately, it's not going to be on that ball, that wicket, because that has run away to the fence for 4 more runs.
Yeah, handy. This one probably would have been a wide. Just eyeballing it. Looked like it was outside the line, but just all hands there, wasn't he? And so, Samir Nayak, he's good all round the wicket. He's a really classy player. I've played against Samir in the Indo Cricket World Cup when he was playing for UAE. He's right outside the off stump, but this will still be no ball.
It's still not far enough outside the off stump though.
Yeah, I think it's a tactic we saw him employ in the first game tonight, Samir, where he's really trying to open up that leg side, and he's taking up a stance which is well outside the leg stump, just daring you to bowl at the stumps.
And that one, well, he's got the top edge. There should be a fielder coming around to. He's not going to get there in time though, unfortunately, as it takes a break off the turf. And one more run added. So half chances are appearing, but they're not being grasped by the Giants.
Yeah, and this is the bounce. I think it's quite poppy bounce, tennis ball style bounce. You see, Nikes mistimed a couple of pull shots tonight. He was out the pool before and then almost went again. This one almost kills him though, off the bat of Cows. Flat bat. Just one. 100's up now for Tariq. With the ball to go in the 9th. And look, Scott, he's had an interesting adventure in this 9th over, but really hasn't been hurt too much on the scoreboard, only conceding 10 so far, but there still is one more to go in this 9th over.
Yeah, I'd like to see a full Yorker right at the stumps here. It's going to be a full Yorker right off the pitch, down the offside. He's going to have to bowl that one again. It's going to be another free hit.
Yeah.
And this is a tough one with your young player who's just not quite getting it right.
That's a great stop by Jacobs, because that actually hits the edge of the pitch and darts back. 57, don't worry about that. He's almost off the pitch.
Well, this time he has gone for the leg side, but it's gone straight down the throat of the fielder out there. It's Edgella.
That's free hit, don't forget.
The free hit.
So Edgella, that's the second time. It's the second time he's taken the catch off a free hit. So it'll just be a single, and that'll take us to the end of the 9th over. Well, Scott, he dodges disaster. Only one boundary in the over. A few extras. The score is 106 for 2 off 9.
Yeah, and this is always the case in the first day of a series. And don't forget, they do have a few, not too many games to go, but it is a chance to get your head into it. And we've already seen the Giants mixing up their lineup in between these 2 matches. So I'm sure Harry Scott will be back with a vengeance.
So it's going to be Scott Blake. So from one Scott to another, so to speak.
Final over coming up.
1 for 6 of his first over. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Last overtime, Nayak on strike.
And that one, he gets a good line. It's been lifted up. The fielder's coming in, but he doesn't get there in time. Decides to pull up and just stop it. Probably smart in the end.
Really nice bit of fielding out there. And it might be Barley out at deep backward square, because he's got an awkward hop. There's an awkward distance in front of him, but he just made sure it didn't get past him. Yeah. Just a single.
Got the body behind it. This one all attacking the pads there, a bit of a fuller ball, and doesn't quite get any bat to it. Might be a leg by this one, I feel. Yep, umpire signalling as such. So that's good from Scotty Blake. Just try to keep it down to the singles in this over. If they can somehow prevent Tariq from breaching that 111 mark that they made last time, that should be a little mental victory. And this one's just been pulled off the stumps, but the fielder at square leg unfortunately ran over it. So he managed to stop the hard one, but he let the easy one through.
That's right. Just cost him one though in the end.
Welcome to cricket, yeah.
So Mohammed Hussain did send me a picture about him and his son watching in TV, not watching the same device, just deciding to watch their own devices. Here's Blake.
Cool. Yeah, that's going to be a wide.
Would say the bowling, it's been a bit inconsistent tonight. I would expect as much, to be honest. Don't forget, this is the first proper match that's been played in Gibraltar for 5 years. 5 years. Oh, it's worth the wait. Some here's right outside that off stump. This be a wide. But see, I don't mind this tactic. If you've got a bit of pace, I'd be spearing in at middle stump.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, but
absolutely. Even if you don't have much pace, I'd be spearing in the middle stump.
It is risky, but I mean, the payoff is you can get rid of Nike.
That's what he's going for, and just too much bounce, unfortunately.
You could just miss the leg
going down the leg side, yeah.
Luke's asking where the commentary position is. Well, we are just at long off. There's a few little storage facilities here.
Yeah.
We're rugged up. I knew that when the sun went down, I had to get the beanie out.
We're not in a tent. We're not in the box. We're not in the car.
Well, it's 15 degrees is what it's telling me, but I think with the kind of the chill you get off the sea, it feels pretty cold. So not too much of the breeze though, so it's not freezing like it was last night when we were having a look.
Oh, Vinny, you sweet summer child, as that's been pulled up and away. That's a big six and well taken as well by the batter waiting to come in.
That's
too short.
Avinash Pai, I think. The pouch is this one. And this is what he's been looking for all along, isn't it?
That's a big
great shot of the floodlights though as well on the grandstand, which is, we do have a lot of supporters. You mentioned it earlier, Joe. And they're having a great time here tonight. I just think that's going to grow and grow and grow over this 11 nights. 2 to come, 120 on the board.
That one, just another wide. So just letting the sundries get a hold of them here, Giants, in the last few overs to that target. Well, Tariq, 120, they're on 121 now. That is formidable indeed. So 2 deliveries left. This one's a better line, bit of a slow ball as well, and might have been a mix-up, but for the fact that Gauss decided, you know what, I'm on 55, I want to stay not out.
Credit to Gauss though, he's batted through this innings, he's engineered it, he's got it a good strike rate, shows you how important he is coming into the side. Nike's been good again, last ball of the 10 overs.
Oh, and he's pulled that one away, and it's going to find the fielder down there, deep mid-wicket, and they run through for a quick, just the one, and that's the end of the innings. So 122, Tariq, they have put on an even higher score in this match than they did in the previous, and it is going to be up to the Giants to see if they can somehow engineer a bit of a different chase than what they put forth in the last outings. It's going to be a big ask. You can see big, Samir Nayak and Gals, they really did a great job there at the end. There were a few wickets that fell, but they just managed to hold fast.
Yeah, I mean, they put together partnerships, didn't they?
Yeah.
I think that was the key to that inning. And Samir Nayak's been good tonight. He's got quick 23s in both games, this time undefeated, as it was game 2 of the year, and it was the Giants out for revenge after going down in the tournament opener. And, well, as usual, there was plenty of action. Gals into the side, and he was on a mission. Wasn't afraid to loft the ball. He was out there with Danny Guest first up. Lee Rimmer, big in as well. But the Giants, he had no luck whatsoever. As a couple of edges flew away to the boundary. And, well, Tariq, they lose their first wicket there, and it was all thanks to Robeson, who picked up a fairly hot chance. That was one of the shots of the innings for me down the ground. Gals, man in form, and his 55 not out was key in building this total of 122. 10 more than they scored in the first game, batting first, Tariq.
Yeah, absolutely formidable effort there by Tarek, and this man Gowes, well, he just kept on going and going and going. That was not even his biggest shot of the night. Really loves it on the leg side, and unfortunately for Burns, that is where he was putting them. He did have a chance to get him out a couple of times, beat him with a bit of flight, but in the end it wasn't enough. This man came on then, Scotty, and he managed to pick up at least 1 wicket in his first over. Good catch by Lee Rimmer there. And Bunday came on, and he actually did a pretty good job at trying to rein it all in, but then unfortunately the rains started coming in another way because they started reading him a bit better, and he got the treatment straight down the ground. And that was Samir Nayak just really showing his wares with the bat. He can hit it all corners of the pitch, and that is exactly what he started to do. So he's put together another great innings to go with his previous one. 22 off 11 he made, just accompanying the fine work by Mark Gowers, who would finish on 55 off just the 32 runs.
And those two there, the two number 4s, they've been locked in a bit of a battle tonight. Their teammates for Costa del Sol. And you just wonder, maybe Burns might get his revenge in this last innings of the night. No doubt we'll probably see Samir Nayak opening the bowling. He's a bit of a specialist doing that with his left arm spin. And I know that the Giants are going to have to get off to a good start because they need over 2 a ball in the reply. There's the scorecard of the first innings. It's 122 on the board. And once again, extras being a problem. In fact, we're 19 wide, 6 no ball, so 25 just there. 26 avoidables, plus the 2 leg byes. And looking West with 8 off 16, just never got going. You wonder if he showed some of the form he did in the first match. They could have got even more, something like 140, 150. With the ball, well, all the bowlers in double-digit economy. And the wickets went to Lee Rimmer, who never ended up getting a second over. They ended up going for Blake, who did pretty well himself, 1 for 21 off his 2 overs. But yeah, a bit of a mixed bag, a bit of wayward bowling. But I think that Tarek, they will be using that triple spin threat, trying to defend this total. A lot of tall towers. You see, they just pulled it back, didn't they, in overs 7 and 8. That went, or over 6 and 7, I should say, that were 3 and 6 respectively. But apart from that, a lot of tall towers. So, Joe, we're going to have a quick break. It won't be too long because we'll be back in just a few minutes, 5 minutes away from the start of the second innings. And just a reminder, you can join us in the live chat with any questions or comments. It's great to see so many familiar names in the chat. See you shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Joe Wegasani. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket T10 Gibraltar.
And welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar. I'm Joe Wegasani, and we're here for the final innings of tonight's play. It's been Tarek putting on a good solid total, 120 odd, and it's going to be tried to be chased down here by the Calpa Giants. They've brought Lee Rimmers and Lorne Burns out to open the batting. Lorne Burns, one of only two players remaining in the Giants side from their previous lineup. They made 9 changes, can you believe it? We'll see if that can make a difference in their attempts to chase down a pretty competitive total. Now it's going to be Samir Nayak. We saw him in some good form with the bat. We saw his son in good form with the ball as well in the last match, but he's got the job now. Umpire's out there, he's ready, fielder's ready, batter's ready. Let's play some cricket. Here we go. So, foolish delivery outside the offside and driven beautifully through the covers. It's not going to make it to the fence though, as just held up a little bit there, but the batters ran hard enough to come back, complete the second.
You can see when the ball's along the ground, it does pull up. Because that was hit pretty well, wasn't it?
I think it's spin. I think if the ball's spinning, it seems to have a bit of an effect.
Yeah, nice looking shot though by Burns. He'll want the last laugh here because he hasn't had a good night by his high standards facing Simi Nayak.
So this one, better ball from Nayak, and this is the arm ball, comes straight back into, goes more straight towards Burns, and he played it pretty well in the end. And to get the straight bat of Gibraltar up there.
Well, Rock of Gibraltar, you can associate that with defence in cricketing terms, but
it was the Straits of Gibraltar I was going for.
the other Strait of Gibraltar, that's very good.
And once again, well, they're going to scramble through for a quick one here.
It's a key part of key waterway, isn't it? As far as historically, that's why let's just say it's got a fairly colourful history, doesn't it? This piece of land that we're sitting on right now.
Yeah, it sure does. Been part of British territory for a few hundred years. A few attempts to take it. I know in the American War of Independence, the French and Spanish decided they would take the opportunity to take Gibraltar. They laid it to siege and didn't manage to get in here, so it's still British. As that one is a shorter ball, pops up, deceives the batter and the keeper.
Penny Guest behind the stumps.
I think he stopped it with his face.
Well, he's gone for the no helmet, just the skull protecting him. It's very shiny. It's a bit risky, have to say. Maybe they just don't have a helmet that'll fit over that head of Danny Guest.
Did pretty well in the end. Managed to save his noggin. That one's driven straight down the ground. That's a great shot. That's flying away. That's going to be 4 runs. That is the shot of the night, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Beautiful straight drive.
Rimmer's a big in for the Giants. Didn't see him in game 1. And he's up at the top of the order to do a job. Maybe slightly overpitched by Simi Nayak, but no risk shot all the way along the carpet. That one easily finding its way to the boundary. Last ball of the over coming up. It's cost 7 so far.
This one gives it a little bit more air. Nayak, and Rimmers just treats it with respect. Watches it go past, lifts the bat, takes the dot, and that's the end of the over. 1 down, and the score is 7 for nothing.
Not a bad first over, although it did concede a boundary, but you see that one thing I just don't see, particularly the spinners, and we know they'll probably have 6 overs of spin, Tarek, you just can't see them giving away those kind of extras, can you?
No.
And it means they're going to have to do it with hitting enough boundaries in this innings, the Giants.
Yeah, and it's what you said earlier. It's with the spinners, you have to generate the pace off the bat yourself, and it can be tricky. That's why they're so crucial in the shorter formats. Spin bowlers, as we well know. It's going to be the skipper now coming on. Take the ball. Of course, Avinash Pai doesn't bowl any pies. Been pretty tight so far.
Yeah, and we saw him. He was the one that split his overs last time on the 2nd and the 9th.
Well, right on the money to start with, but well played by Burns.
Bit of an apology. Accidental coming together of Avinash Pai and Rimmer. Again, another 2 players that played together for Costa del Sol. So you've got both the opening batters and both the opening bowlers. They all played for Costa del Sol, so they know each other very well. Friendly but healthy competition here in Gibraltar.
he's driven that straightish. That's coming our way, Vinny. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. Going to be stopped by the fielder, though. Running around from long on and almost gets the run out, but good hard running.
Good running. And Burns, he made up his mind he wanted to straight away. You see, sees there that he's always looking for it. Yeah. And yeah, he wasn't jogging, he was sprinting. And he ends up making it easily, despite a pretty good return from Simeonite. Just keep an eye on that run rate required. It's already crept over 13.
And they've just brought long off in a little bit.
I think that's what we'll be looking for here. Rim up, over mid off.
Yeah, that's a bit of a quicker ball.
But all of the 3 spinners we've seen, both the Nyax and Avinash Pai, they vary their speed, don't they? That's what makes them so tricky to time up, because you don't have too much margin for error as a batter.
Once again, just putting some extra pace on it, really pushing it through. And that is a tough one for Rimmer to get a hold of.
Keanu says that Pai, he remembers his top class, yeah. And he's a player that, unfortunately, he had a hamstring injury that ended his tournament last time we saw him in ECN, but it's good to see him back to full fitness.
This time Rimmer's giving himself a bit of room. He's lifted it up over point, and that has gone a long way. It's 1 bounce over the rope, 4 more to his name. Good shot by Rimmer.
Nice shot, because Pai's not giving you much, so you have to be a bit creative. And Rimmer's good enough to play this kind of a shot. He sees there's no one back on the offside, and he knows roughly where it's going to be. Nice cut shot, and yeah, got a fair piece of that, 4 runs.
Absolutely, all timing as well. Pure class out there.
Interesting to see what speed this ball is now. It's the last ball the over come out from Pai.
Yeah, throw it up a bit. Takes a bit of pace off, but it's been lifted up and it's gone the other way, square of the wicket on the leg side. That has gone even further, up, up, up and away. That is a big 6. Rimmer, he is letting loose now.
Yeah, it was kind of a medium, middle pace, I'd say, from Pai. It wasn't tossed up and it wasn't really a quicker one. But yeah, to his credit, that ball was probably on off stump or just outside. He gets plenty of it. 6 to the total, and the Giants mounting some kind of a challenge. Score after 2 is 20 for no loss. You can see the early days on the table. It's the teams we haven't seen yet. Got Bavaria, the Pirates, and the Sloggers. So how about some of these names? I like them. I think the Sloggers, they're well suited to T10 cricket. And we'll get to see them, well, another team tomorrow night, as for the first time we'll get to see the Pirates. They'll be taking on the Giants, who play back-to-back days to start this tournament. Simeon Nayak bowling the 3rd over, last of the power play.
And a bit of a full ball, but just brought off the toes by Burns, and he'll be happy to still be out there. He had a bit of a mare in the last match, and really looking to build something here. He just has to anchor this innings because Rimmer has got his eye in. And so just ticking the strike over is pretty much the main ask at the moment. Going at 10 runs and over.
Got to say that standard-wise, I know it's only a tiny country. It's not even technically a country. I think you'll find Gibraltar, but it's we've seen some really entertaining cricket tonight.
And this one, the arm ball, and just slapped away down to long on. 1 more run to the total. Yeah, there's 130 players that have make the whole pool of cricketers in Gibraltar, and they've got some facilities to train at.
I think we need to spend a whole day here tomorrow to see all the rooms. I didn't even see the darts room, apparently. I did enjoy watching the World Championship of Darts over the last couple of months.
Just one a bit more of an off spinner, but it's been slapped away through point, and that's another boundary to Burns this time. Yes. And he will be feeling good about that.
Really good shot by Burns off the back foot. It's been a fascinating battle between these two teams, and between these two individuals, actually. And, you know, these two at the crease, Burns and Rimmer, they ended up, I mean, they've played some interesting T10 cricket together already. Costa del Sol in the Spanish Championship weekend last year. I remember that it was these two that put on a big partnership in that match.
A bit of a quicker one. It's just jumping up at him, and Really cramping him up there. Manages to just play it down to third man and get a single.
Because Costello hadn't played really any T10 cricket before that, but they lost 2 early wickets and they were chasing, I think it was 121, and they lost 2 early wickets, and that brought Rimmer to the crease, who scored 53 off 20, including 6 big sixes against Minaj, who they were Spanish champions 2 years in a row, and Burns contributed 32 off 17 before he got man-catted to break the partnership. But before that, they put on 67 in really quick time. So, I mean, if these two can build a partnership, and I think they can chase these down.
And this one just gives it a bit of air, but it's been picked up, up and away. That one has gone almost all the way to Morocco.
Yeah, Maximo time, and Rimmer, he's come in, and he just loves T10 cricket. Every time we've seen him on ECN, he just looks like he's loving it. He's got a good eye. And it's a challenge kind of a ball, wasn't it? I mean, you mishit that, it might go straight up in the air. It's 6 valuable runs.
What you can see with Rimmer is he really keeps his head still as he plays the shot. And it's really why he's getting the results he is at the moment.
Yeah, see what Nayak does here. Last ball of his spell.
And drops it in short. It's been slapped all the way through, extra cover. That is another boundary. Rimmer, well, he moves to 27 now off just the 11 deliveries, and this is the sort of partnership they need if they're going to chase down this big total.
Yeah, good power play. 37 off at 37 for no loss. And yeah, you just got to say, Nayak didn't do a lot wrong there, but I think it's a bit of a cat and mouse game, wasn't it? Rimmer, I think, knew that was the quicker one coming that time because he hit the slower one. He waited on it. He didn't kind of rush forward. He punched off the back foot, and certainly made the most of that power play in the end. So 37 for no loss. And yeah, they want to be about 12 and over, so they're kind of right where they need to be at this stage.
Yeah,
but now this is going to be interesting because now we're going to see some seam bowling for the first time, and I think those 4 overs will be crucial as far as how this innings pans out.
We'll see Orfila now, and he did a great job in the last match as well, picking up 2 very important wickets. They'll be looking at him. He's one of only 2 seamers they've got in this lineup, so. So big role to play. First change bowler. Here he comes, Orfila. Right on the money. So a bit too full, but
It's not too bad, isn't it? It's up there in the block hole. Yeah. I see. Yeah, Rimmer's the key now. Like I said, that was quite an amazing chase, really, back in the Spanish Championship weekend by these two, particularly when you consider Minaj was seasoned T10 performers. Costello not so much, but yeah, they're raw cricketing talent, and now Scotland through on that occasion.
So I feel again that one just veering a little bit down the leg side, comes off the pads, should be a leg by as they've scrambled through for one. No, umpire heard some bat.
Yeah, maybe a touch,
Yeah,
little touch on it.
Maybe.
Hey, you know what I'm loving as well, Joe, is so many people in the chat and quite a few people that we'll see at ECL over the next few weeks. So I know that Prakash Mishra is watching from Bulgaria. He'll be playing for Indo-Bulgarian.
It's just a great community, isn't it? As that one is driven straight down the ground, all the way over the fence. Get that one a COVID certificate. It's gone on a plane, it's gone travelling.
Yeah, well, that ball was isolating, and it was isolating in the stratosphere. And yeah, it just gave him a little bit of length to work with there. And he often bowls these kind of leg-cutting, slower balls, slightly slower balls. That one was right into the hitting arc of the batter. Burns. And look, if he can get going as well. So far, he's been sort of more passive of the two. Having said that, he's 17 off 9.
Yeah, that one would have made him feel very good indeed, though. Nothing better as a batter than when you can lift one over the bowler's head. And that one, he just waits on it, gets the edge, squares him up a bit, but manages to keep it down enough to not be caught. Runs through for one more.
And, well, Samir Nayak, we've seen plenty of him tonight. And, Corey's just reminded me, he's actually now the assistant coach. He's an assistant coach for the Spanish national team, which is a great position for him to be elevated to. He certainly has a lot of experience and cricketing knowledge and skill to pass on.
And that one just a bit short for the drive, but he manages not to find that waiting hands of the fielder at long off, running around.
It's just really clear to me that everyone out there tonight is having so much fun playing cricket in front of a global audience. Of course, big deal to have the first night of the season, but a lot of firsts tonight. First time we've seen cricket in this facility, and yeah, it's a real party atmosphere. So I feel like wants to join the party.
Yeah, I think it's going to continue for 11 days. So that one full down leg side. He managed to get something to it as he paddled it around. Burns picked that up beautifully, ran along the ground all the way down to fine leg for another boundary.
Yeah, and he's a class act. He knows he's just going to get something on that. He does. Again, I feel he's just going to have to work out exactly what his strategy is, how often of all those variations. Anyway, at the moment, it's the 50 up for the Giants, 51 for no loss after 4. Let's have a look at what's coming up. And yeah, Group B, we'll see Indo-Bulgarian. Prakash Mishra's in the chat at the moment. We saw Harsh Mandian in the chat before. He's from Royal Tigers Budapest. And also here we've got Sam Houghton, who will be playing for Zagreb Sokol. So there's plenty of those Group B representing so far. But you can see all through those groups quite a few familiar teams and some that we haven't seen as well. So I think there'll be some really interesting matchups as Zahir Udin comes into bowl for the first time tonight. And he's greeted with a boundary. It's a nice swivel pull shot from Rimmer. And they are motoring 55 now at the start of the 5th over.
Yep, that one just a bit too short and angling down the leg. What an amazing time we live in, Vinny, where you can be like Sam Houghton and spend your European winter travelling to Spain, playing a bit of cricket, and then just waiting a week.
Won Europe.
Yeah,
well, he said he's happy that there's Zagreb Sokol's in Group B because it means if they make the finals here, or when they make the finals, as he told me,
he can play it out.
He can play the whole series here, have 2 or 3 days rest and get over there.
Yeah, hour and a half drive up for another series. That one down leg as well, and he's had a big swing at it, missed it, it's a wide.
Got to say a quick hello to Becca Green as well, who has been, joined us late last year. Where are you watching from again, Becca? She said it's the first time. It's not the middle of the night for her, so she's enjoying it.
Loves the night series.
And Kitty's another one who's watching from the US. And yeah, keep those comments and questions coming in. We're loving the interaction.
In comes Udin now. And that one's just a bit too short as well. It's been pulled away, but only as far as deep square leg. And yeah, that is the thing. It's not only on the chat, but as you say, with the different players we meet and get to watch all around Europe, it's building into such a great community, this one. That we get to have people over in the US and in the Indian subcontinent and Australia and tuning in for all the cricketing action here on the European continent. Here comes Udin. And that one has been pulled away rather powerfully, but a good stop there by the younger Nayak.
That's a really good bit of fielding. He's not intimidated at all.
No.
That's an awkward stop because he's actually hitting the ball at pace and then having to judge it. But there's a reason he's in that position. I think that's a key position. He saves 3 runs for his team right there.
Oh, and that one's been picked up off the pads, but there is a bit of protection there. Down at about 45 on the leg side. Not very happy with himself there. Lee Rimmer wanted more for his money there. Good to see the Giants certainly responded to the belting they got in the last match. This is a great partnership by them. As Burns comes all the way outside off and takes a tumble, but manages to hit it all the way to the fence.
He puts in the back of the net, doesn't he? And talk about your skills. And this is one, he's just made up his mind that that's where he wants it. And it's a fall down, little ramp shot, if anything.
Yeah,
he ends up off the pitch.
Falling down was part of the shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's generating momentum.
Well, it was important where the bat was, and if that meant that he had to swing himself off his feet, and that's what Burns was going to do.
So all the cricket coaches that tell you have to be still when you're playing shots. Well, Burns seems to think differently, and he's done it again this time. Managed to keep his feet, we get the same result. Another boundary.
Well, his head's kind of still when he hits the ball. It's just that then he's got no balance left. You see here, and then. Yeah,
it's a full body swing.
He's trying to force a field change to put the fine leg back, and then that opens up another boundary he might be able to attack. But that's the end of the halfway mark of this second innings. 67 for no loss.
Yeah,
and
flying along.
And Tarek was 66 off the first half of their innings. So they got 66 off the first half and 56 off the second. At the moment, Giants 67 off the first half of their reply, and they're in a great position to pitch this match and split this doubleheader.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and I think that's the reason why this man has been brought on. Why I say man, this young man has been brought on. Manav Nayak did such a good job with the ball in the last match, and they did hold him off until the I think it was the 7th of the 9th or 8th and 10th.
8th and 10th. But yeah, they've decided just 1 over seems enough,
yeah.
and they want to try and obviously think spins the way So, I mean, that also forces probably some seamers to bowl at the back end of the innings. So, yeah, this is a crucial over. This partnership is 67 off only 30 balls.
And this one, well, he gets it right straight away. Gave it a little bit of flight, but might have been a bit of underspin on that.
Yeah,
Seemed to
just
sort of stay a bit
It's
low.
the side spin.
Yeah.
I think that beats the outside edge.
Well, that one's been driven along the ground, but well fielded there.
Gonna-
Covers.
Going to say that Becca has said that she's watching from New Orleans,
Yeah.
the Big Easy, and Kitty is watching from Virginia,
Yeah.
near Martinsville. So nice to see some of the US viewers. This is a bit more of an agreeable time slot for them. I think it's great to think next week they'll have 14 hours of cricket a day from Monday, next Monday that is.
Yeah.
Having said that, you can always watch it back. You don't have to watch it live, but if you do watch it live, it's a great chance for you to interact in the live chat, and we certainly love having you.
More cricket than you can poke a cricket bat at. That's what we're aiming for this year once again. As that one is far wide of the mark. He's asking the umpire, what are you talking about? And the umpire's saying, this is how much I love cricket.
I'm still getting over my Green Bay Packers got knocked out of the NFL.
Oh, it was tragic.
Not very happy. Anyway,
Yeah, there's been some great matches in that lately, haven't there?
well, depends who you're supporting. But they've been close matches. Yeah, no. And yeah, wait, spoiler alert in case anyone's watching, but I think some matches coming up tonight actually. I might be able to flick it on when I get back to the hotel. Here's Money Nike.
That one, he's gone for the drive on the offside, but just dragged it down to long on. One more run to the total. And a good partnership here, already 71 runs to it. And they are building some solid foundations to really attack this total. Yeah, New Orleans. Well, I can't wait till we're playing a series as comes in. The old reverse sweep comes up, but there's a fielder there.
Well, that's two reverse sweeps. It's a high risk shot, so you're always a bit annoyed if you only get one. If you do hit it, I think he's trying to go kind of over that fielder, or at least around him.
Yeah, he's good, clever. I like the
He's trying to hit it with the spin.
innovativeness.
Yeah.
Both these batters. There's that one with some power hitting from Lee Rimmers, but he doesn't quite get a hold of it. Just evades the fielder coming in from the covers. And that's the end of the over. So 6 gone at 73 for nothing is the score. Chasing 123.
Yeah.
The Giants. Well, they've made a giant dent in this total so far.
Well, they have. I mean, they're going up to a ball, which is kind of the going rate, isn't it? If you want to knock these off, I mean, still think the importance of this partnership cannot be underestimated. You feel like a wicket could just throw them off kilter a bit. I'll probably have Edgehill to come out at 3. They're going back to seam. And it looks like Ophila's going to get a second over.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. He's a bowler that can always pick up a wicket. Always looks a bit threatening. Doesn't bowl too many wides. Good to see some in the southern hemisphere as well. Paul McHale watching from South Australia.
Yeah, well, great to have you. What time is it there? I'm gonna have a guess. It's 6 a.m. I think 6:11 in the morning.
Hey, waking up
Well,
to get
Paul,
stuck into the Gibraltar's cricket.
Good morning to you. Hope you're enjoying this with your cornflakes. Here's Ophila.
Oh, I heard an edge. Umpire heard it too. Inside edge. Well taken as well by Guest. He said, be my guest, straight into the gloves. And that was a good take. And so the first wicket falls for the Kelp Giants.
Yeah, and the ball doesn't do much. He just kind of plays
Stayed
away
low,
from his
didn't it?
body a little bit. Slight inside edge from Rimmer, who's a big wicket. He goes for 38 off 21. 4 fours and 2 maximos in his total. He just kind of was losing speed a little bit in that innings. So the opening partnership is broken at 73. And that's the pressure as well that was brought by Manav Nayak last over. Bowled a very good one, only conceded 6. So they certainly wanted to go after the seamers. That just shows you variety in the attack. I mean, I think a mixture of pace and spin is important. And I feel like comes in and cashes in with a wicket.
I think this might be the best combination for them for their first and second change bowlers, Nayak and Orfila. Orfila seems to just put it on the mark all the time. Like I said, he's liable to pick up a wicket, and Mark really just created pressure.
Well, Scott Rimmer says, good morning, Vinny. Great comms as always. Enjoying watching the big bro batting here. And just as he said that, Lee gets out. So he's only gone and jinxed him.
Yeah.
So here's
Brother's
Orfila.
curse.
And they have gone for Edgeler at 3. Starts with the single, so he's a pretty good batter to come in at this stage. And Edgeler will be keen to get some runs as well. because he only made 1 of 3 deliveries, and it was Orfillo that got him out on that occasion just a couple of hours ago. Still plenty of work to be done. Look at that run rate required. It's over 13. So this is where Burns has got to keep motoring.
He's picked that one off the pads and he's hit that straight and flat and hard and up, up, up and away for a big 6. Let's hear it, Vinny.
That's Big Maximo. And Burns, he has had, I'm just going to say it, he's had a shocker of a night so far, but it'll all be fine if he can go to bed knowing he batted his team to a victory. And he's showing what he's capable of here. He's now 39.
That was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? So this one, again, just too full and wide, but it hasn't got quite a hold of it. And Nayak's coming in. He's taking it. Safe hands there. Fingers up in the sky. And that ball came down or into his waiting, grasping hands. Good catch.
Another father-son conference. And I tell you what,
Burns says, I would have taken that too, Dad.
Burns, just as he looked like he was going to bat his team to a potentially a very, very good victory. It's his nemesis tonight, Samir Nayak, who has the last laugh. And
They've had a good battle, haven't they?
And Samir takes it, and not many people will ever get the experience of playing a seniors cricket match with their son. So I think they really appreciate this time in their lives where they can play together. Samir Nayak and his son, Manav Nayak. And safe hands from Samir. He's a solid cricketer.
It's also the second catch he's taken where he's looked at his son and gone, my hands. My hands are killing me.
Yeah, that's a good catch. Isn't the white ball in the black sky something to behold as a sight? So, well,
look at Orfillo here now. 2 wickets.
Yeah, I feel like he's overhearing us before talking up the spin, and that is a key part of their attack, Tarek, no doubt about it. But I feel like he's delivered. He's got 2 for 21. 2 balls remain in this 7th over.
Oh, that's another good delivery right in the channel. Great length as well. Didn't know whether to go forward or back to that. Robson, in the end, he does nothing much at all. Waves the wand at it, flies past the edge, into the keeper's waiting gloves.
I should mention also Corey Rutgers, Spanish national team coach at the moment. It's a funny contest because Lorne Burns recently added to the Spanish national squad, facing Samir Nayak, the assistant coach, with the coach watching. So
you want to perform, don't you? As that one's driven straight to the ground, it's foolish ball, and father saying to son, come on, come on, come on, come on. And son gave his absolute darndest effort to stop that. He's not happy with himself.
He doesn't miss many.
He's done all right. Don't worry about it, young fella.
Yeah, but it's never great when if you do let one get past you and Dad's right there. And I reckon Samir fancied this one, but he said, all right, youngster. It's an important boundary, but the result's important, isn't it? Because that's 7 overs down. It's 84 for 2. Hey, guess what? If you're enjoying the cricket, there's more coming tomorrow because we have night 2 coming up. And we will get to see the Giants again. And you see, they've got a lot of players that have got in the park tonight. We'll get to see the Pirates for the first time. Matches 3 and 4. Join us tomorrow for night 2 of 11. ECN Cricket's back with a bang in Gibraltar. Join us from 4 p.m. GMT, which is 5 o'clock in Central Europe, 9:30 p.m. in India. I know I'll be here. You'll be here too, Joe. Yeah. And we'll be ready. All right, here's Money Knife, over number 8.
And he gives that one a nice bit of flight. And just dug out and driven down on the onside, down to his father. I'll tell you what, if you think it's hard playing in a team against one of the coaches, imagine living with one.
That would be annoying. Hey, what I should say to all of our viewers as well, tell your friends ECN Cricket's back. They might not realise.
Oh, that's another great delivery. Just beating the flight, played a cross-batted shot to a ball that probably warranted a little bit more respect than that.
Yeah, Robeson, who's hit a boundary already, but there's just a case of premeditation there. I think if he'd stood and played the shot, he could have hit it anywhere he wanted, but he committed to that kind of paddle across the line.
And this one a bit quicker and shorter, and he's just managed to get a thickish controlled edge down to backward point for a single.
So Taranjit Singh's in the chat from Romania. Looking forward to seeing you for Cluj. And I've had quite a few of the players have been messaging me recently just to say hi and fill me in on the preparations for the European Cricket League starting in just over a week's time.
Yeah, everyone's excited you're back as that one beats the edge as well. Well taken by Guest, and that is an important dot ball. This could be a crucial over here.
Runs on the board.
Yeah.
Runs on the board are good runs, aren't they? The coaches say no one can take them away from you. Just felt if they could break that opening partnership, this game could change.
This one, he's tried to give himself a bit more room, clips it off the toes. only as far as the man in the mid-wicket region. One more run to the total. Yeah, everyone's very excited you're back, Vinny. We all knew that you were away
well,
doing quarantine.
Not just me, but the whole team. I think we're all excited to be back.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't know what to do with myself. There's that one. Well, he's waiting on that a little bit. Slapped down, but a good piece of fielding as well. But no, I can tell you he's hard on himself.
Jay Wild mentioning the chat, and we did mention it earlier, didn't we, that Lee Rimmer is coming off 100 this morning. So he was a key wicket. He did fall eventually for 38 of 21. He was the first wicket to fall. It's just taken this chase and put it on the skids, hasn't it?
Yeah, so 87 for 2 it is after 8 overs.
Yeah, so they're going to need, how many is that? They're going to need 36 off the last 2. So they're going to need a big over here. And Avinash Pye's going to bowl it. And he's been pretty good tonight, hasn't he, with the ball. Went for 13 in his first over. And he's pushed quite a few deliveries through, didn't he? But this has been his go-to. He bowls the second and the second last.
Yeah, who will bowl the last?
Well, it could be either Zahir Uddin
or Samir.
Samir's bowled his 2. Okay. Yeah, Zahir Uddin bowled 1 over for 16. They might go for someone else, though. It's possible anyway. Maybe Kelly hasn't had an over yet. Yep. He might be an option. He bowled pretty well earlier.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think this is key. You know that Pye's going to bowl 1 of the 2 overs. So you bowl him now, and you try and make sure that they're a long way from home with an over to go. 9th overtime.
One short, and he's got the top edge, big leading edge, gone over his shoulder. It's going to evade the fielder there as well, and just spin, roll, and sputter away across the boundary for another 4.
Well, if you can't be good, be lucky. And this one, well, it's pretty lucky that Danny Guest doesn't get this in the melon, because this is this is edged away. So,
tell you, if the floodlights aren't enough, then the reflection off his head certainly should be.
Yeah, I can't even say. I've seen the keepers with the Uncle Fester look. They've got another short third man in, like there's a second man and a third man in the circle now, because there have been a lot of runs going in that area tonight. Here's Pye.
Well, that one right on the stumps, but it's been driven very nicely on the onside, all the way to the boundary, splits the gap, and finds the rope. 4 runs.
Great shot. Great shot by Angela, who couldn't get into the game with the bat earlier.
He's good wrist action, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's all in the placement. All in the placement. It's yeah, I mean, that's just what they needed. And how many can they get off the last? I mean, they wouldn't want it to be more than, say, 16 or something. Then they need 12 off the next 4. So I still think they need a boundary or 2 here to get within range.
A lot of commiserations for the Saints fans out there as well, like Becker. That one's short and well played, definitely played, but only as far as the fielder in the third man region.
They brought another fielder into that area, didn't they? So that worked out well. And Pye, yeah, went in trouble. His security blanket has been the cricket ball tonight.
It's a super strange field, isn't it? It's really fine third man and then a kind of whitish, almost 45 degree on the circle.
Need a big one.
Oh, that one on the stumps. Went for the sweep shot, missed it completely, but manages to pick up a. The umpire thinks it hit the bat. Yep, so that's runs off the bat, or one of them.
Yeah, that's a useful one. A 3 a ball essentially. He'll be very comfortable defending anything 20 plus off last over. Tarek trying to sweep this mini series.
That should be caught by the man, that very fine third man.
Oh, he's not even a second man, he's a first man now. Man. He just keeps going finer and finer.
He's a deep first slip.
That's another one that's whistled past the cranium of Danny Guest behind the stumps. Like running him out of helmet, but yeah, his head's so shiny the helmet would probably just slip off. All right, last ball of the over coming up.
Oh, and he's tried to get a hold of that, and he has. He's lifted up, and away. A big 6, super important in the context of the game. They needed that, and Robson has delivered it.
Well, game on, Joe, because that's a Maximo, which puts them under that 20 that we spoke about. It's the end of the over, 104 for 2 off 9 overs. Last over of the night coming up, and the Giants, well, it's a giant task. They need 19 off the last 6 balls of this match to pull off an unlikely victory, but you would say with that 6, it keeps him in the hunt.
And here's going to be Kelly who's going to bowl it.
And Kelly, I liked what I saw from Kelly before.
He can stray a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's the key, because the slippery ball, some of the seam-up bowlers, when you're bowling at a greater pace, I think just more can go wrong. So we've seen him, spray a few. It's a good field, I think. They've got the third man back and pretty fine, just to protect against that little edge or something. You want to force the batters to hit cricket shots.
Doesn't want to bowl anything on the leg side, though.
No, that's right. They've got 5 leg in the circle. They've got 3 men back on the leg side, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on.
But these two have both shown they can just clear the rope with ease.
They need to bring one more fielder in the circle. They've got the fine third man back and more of a deep backward point.
Yeah.
Now they've decided to bring up the deep square leg. So that tells me that he's really going to try and keep it outside the off stump.
Yeah.
19. How do you get 19? Well, you probably need 3 balls to go to the boundary or over. Here's Kelly, last over of the night.
Oh, that's a good ball, and he did indeed bowl it just on that 4th stump line. A beautiful delivery. I thought it was maybe a bit short. In the end, Agella, he was caught, trapped on the crease, couldn't get any bat to the ball. And flew through to the keeper. Dot ball. So that's a great line. I wonder if he will continue bowling this shortish length. If he gets it wrong, they will deposit him over the fence. Oh, that one, but he's got an edge. Umpire agrees. Yes. So the breakthrough. Well, Michael Kelly comes on, takes a wicket, dot ball and a wicket, and that's the end of Agella.
Yeah, it's a healthy edge, wasn't it? And he walked. Credit to the batter, Agella, who it was still a big task when he came out there, but it's disciplined bowling. He set the field for an offside attack, and that's exactly where he put it. And he just gets some good natural outswing, doesn't he, with his action?
Yep.
He's got a really nice action, getting it through. And he's had a good night, Kelly. And he'll only get the one over tonight, but it's probably one of the most important ones. As the third wicket falls, the Giants 104 for 3. And I think when they look back at this game, I think they're going to look at all those extras. Think about all those extra deliveries they bowled in the first innings, because they're runs that they didn't have to play with. It looks like they're going to fall just short in this chase, although anything can happen. We know that. 4 balls remaining.
And it's Dave Barley wandering out to the crease. Dave Barley batting right outside the leg stump, so he's not going to be able to reach them. If Kelly can keep up this line, he has bowled them beautifully. All 3 deliveries right on the money, picking up a wicket with 1 at 2 dot balls. That is sensational death bowling.
What Tarek have done, they put down a marker, haven't they? We'll see them again on Wednesday.
Yep.
When they'll take on the Pirates, so they get a couple of nights off. But I would encourage anyone, if you're in Gibraltar or nearby, to
come and say hello.
To come and say hello. You've got plenty of room in the grandstand. Had a good, healthy crowd in tonight. I think it'll just build up more and more. Good atmosphere.
Yep.
I think the bar's open as well, isn't it? We'll soon find out. Here's Kelly.
By the measure of the rowdiness, I'd say it was. He's got a big edge, and the man the third man runs around. It just trickles to him. Only 1 run added.
So how have you enjoyed the cricket tonight, guys? Let us know in the chat. Have you had a good night with us? Wherever you're watching around the world, it's been great to have you. We've had plenty of action. And it's another first for ECN. First night of cricket in Gibraltar. First night of cricket in this facility. First one of the year.
And that one's been lifted up, and it's going straight down the throat of Samir. I can tell you what, he juggled it once, twice, didn't want to drop it, thought about his son who was standing about 10 metres from him.
Yeah, well, this one stung. This is going for 6 if he misses. It was flat. And
his hands have taken
fun.
a battering tonight.
Well, Samir is just a solid cricketer. He's a triple threat, Samir. I don't know if he can sing and dance as well. Then he might be a quintuple threat, but he can bat, bowl and field. And the Spanish assistant coach showing how it's done all that. It was a little bit of a juggle, but if you're catching him even when you're dropping them, you know you must be a pretty good fielder. So last ball of the night coming up, 105 for 4.
Yep, it's going to be a victory for Tarek.
I'm trying to think of positives for Giants. What I would say is that they have played, 20 players tonight, and it's given them all a bit of experience. We'll see them again tomorrow against the Pirates, who will be playing for the first time. So I think the fact they've got such a big pool of players that have had experience will be a benefit to them. Here's the last ball of the night from Kelly. He's got 2 wickets.
Oh, and he's done exactly what he was doing all over. That is a sensational over from him. Picks up 2 wickets. Gave away 1 run, I think, in that over, and he ends the evening having done the job at the death for his team. So that's it for Tarek.
Yeah, closer contest, wasn't it? This time 17 runs between them, 122 to 105, but it's Tarek that get the win. So they did in the first game when they won by 28 runs. So Giants improved, but couldn't quite put that chase together. Never easy chasing over to a ball from the get-go. Quick hello to Helix in the chat as well as Egan. Thanks to everyone on your chat for the for the contributions tonight, for the questions and the comments, and hope you enjoyed it. A lot of people saying that it's great to have ECN back. It's just going to get better and better. Hope you can join us again tomorrow night for night 2 of action, where the Giants will play the Pirates. It starts at 4 p.m. GMT, which is 5 o'clock in Central Europe, and 9:30 p.m. in India. Join us for that. Let's see if the Giants can get on the board. But we certainly have enjoyed being back, and it's been great to be with you, Joe. And I'll just be with you for the first 4 or 5 nights here before I head off to the ECL to set that up. But here in Game 2, well, it was Burns who had a point to prove after not having too much go his way tonight. And he went out there with Rimmer. And really, with those two at the crease, you felt like this 122 that Tarek put on the board wasn't safe at all.
Yeah, they managed to put on a great partnership, 70 plus, these two. And that will be certainly something the Giants can take away from this. They would have been disappointed with the first result of tonight's play, but certainly, even though they have incurred another loss, they certainly put up a better fight. Some big, strong hitting on the onside there by Rimmer. He looks a really powerful player and someone that they will want to keep in the lineup. I think you're right there, Vinny, in terms of mixing up the members of the team between matches. They can really get an idea of what their best batting lineup is, because it looks like it by Tarek's form. They are going to have to start putting on some totals upwards of 110, and that is a big statement to the rest of the teams in this competition as well.
Yeah,
we saw some really fine straight driving from Burns. He did manage to get into form, and then he manages to find everything that was drifting down leg, and even if it wasn't, he was able to make it go in that direction.
Yeah, he got funky as well, didn't he, at times? But, I mean, one thing that struck me is Tarek, they look like a team that have been playing together for years tonight. They look pretty settled, didn't they?
Yeah.
Whereas the Giants still kind of feeling each other out and trying to work out what their best lineup looked like. I think you saw that Tarek has had a bit of a set plan. I think that Gal's coming in add another dimension to their batting, but they, particularly with their bowling, I think they know, okay, the 6 overs are going to be bowled by the spinners, and then the other 4 kind of share around by some of the seamers and see who's working. But they certainly also fielded very well. They had a lot of good fielders. This was Orfila, who came back in the middle of the innings, and he showed it wasn't just about the spinners for Tarek, picking up a couple of wickets and a nice catch taken behind the subs by Danny Guest, who, well, he's blinding some of the other players with the reflection off his skull, but he certainly showed a good pair of hands. Also would say the umpiring tonight very, very good, thanks to the umpires who have got quite a lot of experience and decorated umpires adjudicating in Gibraltar for this series, so we're fortunate to have that. That was Samir Nayak, first of a couple of catches for him. A bit more horseplay between father and son. Morfilla, he just put the stoppers on, didn't he?
Yeah.
It went for 11, but he picked up those 2 key wickets, and breaking that partnership was always going to be the key for Tarek holding on and making it 2 out of 2 tonight.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The way that they use their 2 seamers and, well, the 4 overs that they have to split between seamers, they did give 1 to Udin. He went for 16, but in the end, Orfila bowled his 2, picked up 2 wickets, and then what was really smart in the end was holding Kelly back for the very final over. We saw.
Yeah, he only conceded 1 off his last
2
over.
For 1 he took.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good to have those kind of options. It also means that if one of the spinners doesn't really work or something like that, you got options, and they didn't just go with the 2 seamers tonight. They tried Zahiruddin in this game, so it's also a key, a bit like Giants tonight, of getting cricket into some players. That was Edgelar, who fought bravely, didn't he? 13 off 10 with a couple of boundaries, but
found the Edgelar.
Yeah, he did. He edged out, and that was Samir Nayak. And that's not an easy catch in these conditions. It was a bit nippy. It was flat. It was hard. It was taken, though. He's had a good night. And, well, despite the opening partnership of 73 off 37 deliveries, and it was the Giants who fell just 17 runs short of the total. And look, the big difference for me here, look at the wides and no balls. Only 2 wides in the entire innings, no balls. And you compare that to how many were conceded in the first half. But it was Burns with 39 top scoring. Rimmer was good with 38 as well. And they certainly put the Giants in a position to win the match, but then it fell away with Edgelar and Robeson fighting hard as well, 13 and 12, but the rate just got out of hand. And, well, good back end of the innings when you consider they were 67 at halfway, only 38 off the second half of the innings, and that was all about the the bowlers, and Manav Nayak with none for 9. Well, he was a big factor in slowing things down. Phillip got the 2 wickets, and then Kelly cleaned up 2 in the last over. In the end, great night for Tariq. I think they won a few fans tonight, Joe.
Yeah, 100%. Tariq are looking very impressive, but I will say there are a few positives to take out of that from the Giants. That last outing, just their top order did turn up and did manage to put a total on the board. As we have a look at the urban development chart comparison between the two teams, you can see there that in the end with the Giants it was those overs by Nayak and or Filler in the end.
Nayak put the brakes on in the 6th, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that kind of created an event where they had to go for shots in the 7th, and it was Orfila that cashed in with a couple of wickets.
Yeah.
But look, it's been great to be back, and what a great first day of the season.
Yeah.
And what a facility it is as well. And who knows, we'll end up probably playing a bit of football. Might be playing all sorts of sports.
Can't
It's only
wait.
a night series. I think you're on a good gig here, Joe.
Go play some darts, Vinny.
With the night series. It's, look, it was 2 fairly even contests. You see there on the table that Tariq lead it. But, moderate margins of victory in both the matches. The Giants, well, they've still got 6 matches, but they'll have to make their move quick because only the top 2 will make the final. 3rd and 4th will play off for bronze on night 11. I just want to give a big thank you to all the ECN crew as well. And Maxi, who is our leader, unfortunately, wasn't feeling too well. So, Maxi, hope you enjoyed the night so far. There's what we've got coming up tomorrow. Same start time. It's the Giants versus the Pirates. But to everyone that's joined us for our first night back around the world, it's been great to have you. And we're going to come back and do it again tomorrow night.
That's right. It's all in front of us, folks. So we'll see you then and there. I'm Joe Wegasani.
Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu.
And it's been an absolute pleasure bringing you this from the Europa Sports Complex. Until next time,
Hasta mañana.
ciao for now.